Primetime. That's all I got. I only got that far.
I was going to say, I don't have a, what it do or ahoy, and I'm not going to pretend to have one.
I built a show sheet, and as far as I got was welcome to Primetime.
Have a good night, everybody.
Script the whole thing all the way.
4 hours of list radio. Here we go.
Do a Francesca. I could see them winning this one. I could see them losing this one.
Hi, my name is Patrick. This is Will, and that's Jordan behind the glass. We're here to talk to you about your extended car warranties.
I wouldn't even know what to do there.
No, the boys are out for majority of this week. I think Rob is at home on his staycation, and Jason is, he is on an island somewhere, isn't he?
I think that's what everyone's saying. I have no idea where he's gone.
I think he went to St. Lucia.
Oh, where?
Somewhere fancy. Okay.
So, Caribbean?
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Caribbean. Is it one of those words? Do you say it differently depending on the context? I feel like I do that with caramel and caramel.
No, I'm usually pretty much the same. Unless I mess it up, then I blame my accent and I try to gaslight people into thinking that they're wrong and I was right.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to gaslight.
You know what, Will? You're one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, and I love that you secretly are a gaslighter because I hate gaslighting, but it does make you a human being now.
I'm not above gaslighting. I don't hate it. Oh, St. Lucia. I'm looking it up right now. It's beautiful. I get why he went there.
Yeah.
Why is he going right now, though? This feels like a weird time for a vacation.
What do you mean? It's always nice in the Caribbean.
No, that's not what I mean. But usually, I mean, it's raining today, but it's halfway decent. We're end of April.
Yesterday too.
Yesterday was nice. It might have rained at the beginning, but then it was nice by the end of the day. I just feel like the Caribbean trip or, the Florida trip, the California trip, isn't that usually saved for around the holidays? Or maybe you're going to do it in July or August when there's not a whole lot going on. Not that there's a lot going on now.
I don't think you really have to dictate or prioritize when you want to spend 5 days on a beach drinking Mai Tais.
Maybe
I think you can kind of do that whenever you want.
I was going to say, maybe that's just because my parents were both teachers. So that's how vacations worked for us. It's I knew at the beginning of April, I was going on vacation because it's spring break.
My kids, their mom is a teacher. Their dad is a teacher. I am not. And they cannot fathom that people work during the summer. They're like,
what's going on?
They're like, Patrick, when's your summer break? And I was like, the weekend? What are you talking about?
Welcome to life.
What do you mean break?
Yeah.
They're probably all going to grow up to be teachers and just laugh.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it.
That's what my best friend does. He's a teacher. He teaches elementary school right down the road from here. And he's always like, man, dude, you got to travel more, dude. Really opens your mind. I'm like, yeah, dude, really? You got 3 months off to do that, man. I got to take time off to do that.
Well, see, but when you start telling teachers that as a fake teacher myself, you got to be careful because then they get
gaslighting yourself.
I'm not gaslighting myself. I'm a sub. I kind of teach. I impart wisdom to the youth.
Part wisdom.
Hey, dude, you know what? Today in kindergarten, we learned how to draw the letter M, upper and lowercase.
You're teaching kindergarten?
I did teach kindergarten today.
Do you let them climb all over you?
No, absolutely not. Although they are the perfect age. If you're not on high alert,
they'll climb you.
The hug will happen.
Oh.
And if you don't see the hug coming, it hurts.
Yes, I follow. I am the perfect height for most dogs and their swinging tail.
There you go.
Yep.
I've learned I'm the perfect height for the sneak attack hug because they missed you between the recess and the lunchtime.
But they come barreling in and their head is kind of right around a sensitive area.
Right. And I'm talking to normal adults.
Yeah.
So it's not in my peripheral vision, and the sneak attack gets you, and it hurts.
Is the weather nice that high up?
It's usually raining. It's a little bit colder, especially now that I'm bald. So those are things that I notice. I do wish I was a little bit shorter now.
Yeah.
Well, then I wouldn't get sneak attacked by the kids.
You want to trade some inches?
No, just 2. I'll go down to 6'3", 6'2".
5'8", 5'9" would be great.
See, that's once you hit a certain point of height, it doesn't matter.
I started a new job, and there are things on shelves that I can't reach.
Okay, that sucks. As an adult, you do feel
it really sucks.
It's emasculating.
Getting on a stool.
Yeah, there's those red Coca-Cola cups that you get at like pizzerias.
Yeah.
So we have some of those. I like to like grab a little soda every once in a while.
There you go.
It is on a shelf. It's right at the front of the shelf. And if I don't grab it the first time I reach, it's gone.
Do you have to step stool it?
There's no step stool.
Oh.
And I've got too much pride.
It was like, are you climbing up on the counters?
No.
That would be so awesome. Like your wife comes home and just like, Patrick, what do you do? Like, I gotta get the soda cups.
Yeah.
So you're climbing up.
Yeah, we have that third shelf in all our cabinets. So let me see. Let me do some math here. 2-door, 2-door, 2-door. Yeah, we have like 3 main cabinets that we have, different stuff in different places. Obviously, you organize. The top shelf has things on there that we will never use but don't want to throw away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I get that.
How am I going to get up there, man?
Well, you got to have like it's the junk closet where all your stuff is in that you never use, aka my just normal closet in my house. Right now in our house, for some reason, my roommate has started collecting the emergency scooters. Like when you break your leg or tear your knee.
Oh, yeah.
We
have
2 of them. He is going to sell them. He has told me he has not put them up on Facebook Marketplace or anything else like that. We've had them for a month and they're just in our living room.
Is he going to get any like vintage emergency scooters? Because that's when you know it's over.
No,
that's when you know he's become a collector.
Well, he's really good at getting. I'm gonna gaslight here a little bit. Just be aware. And I love my roommate. If your one complaint with your roommate is that he collects things and has good ideas but doesn't follow all the way through with them, that's a pretty darn good roommate. My roommate likes to collect these scooters, and he got them for free from his work. And so his whole plan is like, I'm going to get these scooters and then I'm going to sell them and I'm going to make money and you can sell them for a couple $100, right? Okay. It's a great idea. The problem with that is you have to put them up on Facebook or you have to put them on like Backdoor or whatever it is where you sell these items.
Backdoor? Do you mean next door?
Yes, that's what I meant. Next door.
What? I don't know if I'm hanging out in the back door.
You can tell I'm not selling these things.
Yeah, I don't know if the back door is where I want to be.
We've had them for a minute. He has not sold them. He has not put them up. So once we do sell them, we're going to make some decent money on them, or at least he is. But right now we're working on the collecting portion. We're building up our inventory, then we'll sell.
What if he like started souping them up?
He put some NOS on it?
Yeah, dude, get some NOS on that. Start racing for pinks with other
LEDs,
scooter bikes,
Some color changers.
Get a CB radio on there so you can talk to other scooter bikes.
Does that raise the price? Are we now going to get more money?
I would pay for an emergency scooter at least $20 more if it had a CB radio in it.
Like flip this scooter?
Yeah.
You were going to have, what's the guy who used to get out
my
there?
Scooter.
Yeah, there you go, with Exhibit.
With Exhibit.
That's right. You didn't think I knew about that.
Well, it's the NBA playoffs.
It is pretty old for you. I'm surprised you know who Exhibit is.
Yeah, congrats. That's actually a little bit of an old reference.
That's pretty great.
No, but it's NBA playoffs. You just got to get it like a Denver Nuggets tricked out scooter, So you just got to design it like that, sell it for $1,000 to some idiot Nuggets fan. They'll take it.
Yeah, paint it green and say Kristaps Porzingis used it yesterday.
That's right.
Just say it. You don't have to prove it.
Someone will buy it.
Yeah.
Why can't I grift them?
At least for $20 more.
Yeah, just something simple. Like $20 is nothing.
No. I mean, it's a lot for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be part of my fee. Maybe that's what I should do. I'll sell them. He'll collect them. I'll sell them.
See, that's great. That's like you fly, I'll buy sort of thing.
Yeah, and then we'll
you,
split it.
Yeah, you do the work, you get a little cash out.
Yeah, I'll be the sales guy. I will be the scooter sales guy.
I will talk to the random people on Craigslist.
I'm not afraid. We'll go to like some random parking lot.
Like the Target, ride
That's
the
right.
Tilt-A-Whirl.
Perfect. I'll go to Charles E. Cheese's house and I'll sell them out there. Although maybe I'd do better with my clientele out by like a TJ Maxx or something.
What, does the TJ Maxx have a Ferris wheel in the parking lot?
Not anymore, but it did.
It did?
It did.
Okay, all right.
Actually, I really missed a great opportunity. When there was the stupid little pop-up amusement park, that would have been the perfect place to sell them.
Saying, man. Dude,
right after you break your leg on the tilt-a-whirl, you can use my scooter.
Your future is right there with you, man. All you had to do is reach and grab it.
Is it better if I rent them? Is this like the housing market? Like I could rent the scooters
you rent
out?
Scooters and then sell them?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Just give like a dubious name to the guy.
Yeah. Big Will's Scooters, come by.
You gotta have a better name than that.
Slick Willie scooters.
There we go. Now we're talking. Slick Willie scooters in the parking lot of Charles E. Cheese.
I think that'd be the
Buy
perfect
2
place.
scooters, get a free ride on the Tilt-A
Okay,
World.
don't we all think that guy's actually dealing drugs and the whole scooter thing's just to cover it, though, in the parking lot of Chuck E. Cheese?
Nah, they can come find me. It's fine. Nothing wrong with me. Cops need scooters too. Like, I got you guys.
Cops need scooters too.
They'll need scooters. They get hurt on the
Scooters
job.
lives matter.
I'm just out here to help the injured and make a buck.
And make a buck off the injured.
No. I'm not making a buck off you. I'm helping you transition from being hurt to healthy. See? A little bit of gaslighting goes a long way.
Oakley dokley. Well, we got a show for you tonight. That's Will Ordner. I'm Patrick Harris. We're with you today and tomorrow. Isaac will be back on Thursday. So just bear with us for 2 days and you'll have your boys back, or at least half of them.
You'll have half the crew, yeah.
We got a lot to get to today. Old guys in the NBA is where we're going to start. There's also in the news at 4:30, Hot 5 at 5, and plus a little sneak peek into the club hour. Did you ever think you had monsters hiding in your room? We'll get to that and what one little girl discovered when she thought she had monsters. But when we come back, old guys in the NBA, what the future looks like for some of these, and we'll start with the most fragile superstar in the history of professional sports. This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue. 3:16 here, Portland Sports Leader. Don't you forget it. We are live from the shadows of the historic Fremont Bridge, and a little bit of breaking news coming through. Coming through the old wire. Old Mike Trout. If you listen to the Hot Corner every Tuesday night from 7 to 9, which we will not have Hot Corner tonight, I apologize, but you get me for 4 hours. We've been running the segment on Is Mike Trout the next Mike Trout? And Jeff Passan and some others are now reporting that Mike Trout has to have knee surgery, and he is not expected to miss the rest of the season, but no timetable for return.
So that tells me that either something needs to go and get cleaned up, or it's a meniscus injury, maybe. Now, I'm not a doctor, despite what my Twitter handle says. But usually if it's not a full year, that means your ACL, your MCL, your LCL, and probably your PCL is good.
Intact.
You're good there. Your issue would be the meniscus. Usually if you're not out a full year, that means they're just going to take most of the meniscus out, or they're going to clean up a part of it. That's the kind of thing, though, where like you get him back sooner, and that's awesome, but that usually ends the career a little bit earlier, because what the meniscus is it's going to stop that wear and tear, that bone on bone, right? I believe this is why Brandon Roy had to stop, because he didn't have that cartilage in there.
Basically gone.
Right, to protect the knees.
It's like, and if you pop your knuckles or stuff, that's basically bone on bone clicking. And because you don't have the cartilage there.
Right.
So it's really bad. So then this leads me to my next question. Is Mike Trout the next Mike Trout? Yes, because he's still hurt? Or am I more surprised that it's his knee that's hurt and not his back from carrying that garbage-ass baseball team?
Well, if they were like going to be a postseason team, I'd say it's the biggest trade deadline signing of the year when they get him back, right?
Mike Trout has 10 home runs and 8 RBIs. How that math works, I don't know, but it's how it goes.
He's so impressive.
So bad.
He's still having one of those years where it's like he has 2 home runs and the Angels lose by 7.
Can I point out, too, the headline that just came across MLB.com from GM Perry Manassian for the Angels said Mike Trout could return this season. So there's a lot of different words being floated around there. Like I see Twitter saying expectations are, and then even our own YouTube, they expect him back. No, this is a could.
Anytime you say not expected to be season ending, I'm like, well, we're in April, so like, how long do you think?
I would expect him to be back at some point. I wonder also if this is one of those where he could be back if you're in playoff contention, and if you're not in playoff contention and there's any kind of setback, dude, just take the year off and recover. I also don't know why he would rush back anyways. I wonder, though, with Trout, like, is there any way, and now I'm doing the whole, like, can we get Dame out of Portland, but to Mike Trout in L.A., but is there any way that maybe this would make it easier for them to trade him, and then he would come back because he'd be on a playoff possible team?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but it's baseball. Like, someone would be willing to pay that, you'd think.
The Angels are going to get less, though, now, right? This kind of, I would say, ensures teams' worst fears that he does have a continued injury history that is going to plague him for the rest of his career. That he hasn't proven otherwise.
Yeah, so we might circle back around on this, see if any more information comes out throughout the show. Maybe we'll talk a little more in depth tomorrow and what that means about old Mikey and his future. But I do want to shift over to the NBA, as we got a lot of games tonight. I mean, we're deep in the playoffs right now. People being eliminated. First round's kind of starting to really start to wrap up ish. But I've got some questions about some players that aren't playing anymore. First, we'll start with our poll question. I don't have access to the poll question on Twitter. And, all right. Schultze does. I do not. So I was going to say do it in your brain. But we can do it on X. However that works, I don't know, for I'm not on X. More likely to win another championship, Kevin Durant or LeBron James?
Ooh, that's a pretty good one. Now, just off initial reaction, I think it's LeBron, because he is a free agent this year, or has the opportunity to become a free agent.
There's no way I would ever opt out of a $51 million potential deal.
Well, if you're someone who claims to care as much about your legacy
I know.
as LeBron,
and he's got buku dollars,
and he doesn't need it, and if he really wanted to, he could easily find his way onto a championship contending team. Where Kevin Durant, his extension kicks in this year. He's got 4 years of just buku bucks coming in from the Nets deal.
Right.
It's the Nets contract extension that is going to hit this offseason. So that means he's going to have to get traded. And he's already doing the song and dance of, well, I didn't like how Vogel coached the team. I didn't like how the teammates were doing around me.
They didn't insert me into
leave.
the offense the way I wanted to be.
If it would have been up
you
to
got
me.
three guys that need the basketball.
Well, you have three guys that have to have the basketball in their hands but don't create for other people.
Yeah.
It's just a poorly constructed roster. Like, I don't think that a team is going to be willing to trade. I would hope not, at least, would be willing to trade for KD. Like, KD's not the final piece to your roster the way the new CBA is set up. Because if you pay KD what he's owed, which you're going to have to pay him, that means you can't pay someone else. And what KD has shown is that when you go and pay KD buku bucks when he's in Brooklyn, and when you pay him buku bucks when he's in Phoenix, like, yeah, you have these great superstars around him, but you don't have enough money to pay for all the other role players. Well, when you don't have enough money to pay for all the other role players, you don't end up having a point guard on your team, or you don't end up having a role player that can step up and play good defense. You know,
LeBron would be the greatest role player of all time. Could you see LeBron go into like a loaded team and come off the bench? He could win Sixth Man of the Year for the next like 5 years.
If he really wanted to, he could go to New York. Let Jalen Brunson be the one. Go be a two.
I think the world might implode if that happened.
Stephen A. Smith is already pumping it up.
A better chance of the world exploding. This is a part 2 of the poll question. Not real, but just fun part 2. More chance of the world blowing up. LeBron as a Knick or KD back to the Warriors?
No, I think KD to OKC is a possibility. That would actually be the funny one, is if LeBron went to OKC and was like,
and won a title.
I can win with your
SGA
scraps.
and Chet Holmgren.
Yes.
It's like all those dudes that they got for trading all those dudes. I mean, I guess just that one dude, Paul George.
Look at what I've done. And because they have all the draft picks, they draft Bronny as like Mr. Irrelevant, and then Bronny gets a title. And then LeBron can be like, look, MJ, I have 6 rings because Bronny counts as 1 too.
That is our poll question for the day. So you can go to 1080 The Fans Twitter page and vote. And as Rob says, always vote hard. But that does keep me thinking about, what is the future for Kevin Durant? Let's take it from a basketball standpoint. I know Durant is maybe the most fragile superstar I've ever seen in professional sports, but the guy's talented, beyond imagination. Yeah. Maybe a top 10 scorer of all time, if not top 5 scorer of all time. Is this league still built for Kevin Durant? And eventually, I want to ask for LeBron too. Is this league still built for Kevin Durant?
I think you get to a point where it is obviously built for Kevin Durant, but he's clearly taken at least a half a step back, right? Because if this is prime Golden State Warriors Kevin Durant, don't you think that he could have won a game in this Minnesota series by himself?
Yeah, you would think so.
He takes over, right? Like game 2, where Ant Edwards is struggling. I think he shot below 50% from the field in that game. He was playing good defense and doing stuff, stuff on the other side of the ball, but he wasn't playing great offense. Doesn't that feel like if this is 5 years ago, Kevin Durant is able to hit a couple big shots down the stretch, the game was close, he's able to cause enough havoc on defense to where he might not be getting blocks or steals, but he's making shots difficult for other people, and he tells Bradley Beal and Devin Booker to get out of the way. It's my team. Yeah. It's my time right now. But he's not able to do that anymore because you're really starting to see that regression. Not from anything that he's doing. He's just old.
Yeah. And I just think as far as like the future for the Suns, I mean, nobody's going to take Bradley Beal. Nobody's going to take Bradley Beal. You force that hand into yours and you now have to live with it. But I heard some people talking this morning, like maybe they trade Devin Booker. I'm like, get the hell out of town. I would trade Durant and keep Booker every day of the week. But I wonder, I don't know, like we've now seen the market for Kevin Durant twice, and we've seen it as a free agent when he signed in Brooklyn, and we saw it at trade value. It is a lot for him. And it's a lot for a guy that is not. For a guy who should be option number 1, he sure doesn't play like option number 1. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about the leadership stuff. We've gone over that, ad nauseum. But like to be a 1, you got to be the 1. And I just don't see Durant. I haven't seen Durant as the 1 since OKC.
Well,
It's almost like I need other superstars so I don't have to do it all myself.
right. Well, I also wonder if he has that innate ability to be a leader. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there is something that you can't quantify about a person that makes them a leader. Like, when I look at Ant Edwards to me is a leader.
Yeah.
He is a superstar in the making, and I really do feel like this was a superstar creating series for him. He went out, and in 3 of the 4 games, he was absolutely fantastic on the offensive end, and whenever they needed a big bucket, he did it. But when he had his one game offensively where he struggled, he went out and played good defense, and he fed Cat, he fed Gobert, he let Mike Conley run the offense, and he made sure that, hey, you know what? I don't quite have it today. I'm going to find a way to get my points in other ways, but I'm also not going to be afraid to set screens and get other guys open or pass the ball off when someone else has a better shot. I don't feel like Kevin Durant has that ability. I feel like Kevin Durant, to a lesser extent, is kind of like a Carmelo Anthony type of guy where I'm going to go and get my points.
That's where it is now.
Right.
Yeah, that greatness of Durant, I think, is gone.
Right. He's old. He's 35.
Easy, buddy.
I know,
Easy.
but
Yeah, shut up.
he's going to be 36 next year.
I know.
He's gotten to a point where he's taking that step
I
back.
was 36 2 years ago. It's wild.
We've found a point though. I feel like this is like where everyone's eyes are opened, at least mine are, when you look at what this postseason was for Kevin Durant, when you look at what this postseason was for LeBron, and really you should have seen it last year for LeBron, but also what this entire season was for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
We are seeing a changing of the guard. It's time now for SGA and Ant Edwards and even Nikola Jokic they're going to be taking center stage. They are the new superstars of the league. These are the guys for the next 10 years when we watch postseason basketball where we go, I can't wait until they match up. And unfortunately, the 2010s and, the late 2000s, the early 2020s, when we saw the LeBron versus the KDs versus the Steph Currys, those years are unfortunately over, barring some weird, wacky year where there's a bunch of injuries in front of a team and they get to be on that final stage. Like, it's over for them.
Yeah. And I do want to get more into that in about 15 minutes. We'll slide into that kind of changing of the guard, almost passing the torch. Which young guys are we really seeing emerge from this? Which could be a little bit of a flash in the pan, which could actually be bona fide superstars, and will they get the branding? Because we're on the doorstep of losing some big brands in the NBA, and can guys like Ant Edwards step up for that? So I will get to that in about 15 minutes. When we come back, let's flip this over to LeBron and kind of as the talk, maybe not necessarily, but we were kind of flirting with it a little bit about what LeBron is as a player now. And we'll do that next. But first, Schultz with sports.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, 3 more first-round NBA playoff games tonight. The Knicks going for the series win in New York against the 76ers. Joel Embiid sitting out morning shoot-around with a migraine. Bojan Bogdanovic out for the rest of the year, getting wrist surgery. The Knicks a 3.5-point favorite, tip-off at 4 p.m. on TNT. The Cavaliers hosting the Magic as a 4.5-point favorite. That series tied at 2 games apiece. Tip-off at 5 on NBA TV. Finally, the Milwaukee Bucks trying to stay alive in their series against the Pacers. They're down 3-1. Both Damian Lillard and Giannis not going to play, though. Indiana favored by 4.5. Tip-off for that one right around 6:30. That one's on TNT. The Los Angeles Clippers have announced that forward Kawhi Leonard already being ruled out for Game 5 tomorrow against the Mavericks with a knee injury. And in baseball, the Seattle Mariners red hot, winning 4 out of their last 5. Sitting in first place in the AL West, they host the Atlanta Braves again tonight. Reynaldo Lopez and Luis Castillo on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. And breaking in just the last few minutes, bad news for the Los Angeles Angels. Mike Trout has a torn meniscus in his left knee. He's going to need surgery. The team says there's no timetable for a return, but hope that keyword could still be back this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Save the date. The 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic presented by Autotown GMC at Langdon Farms Golf Club will tee off on Thursday, July 11th. Keep it on the Fan for details.
Four o'clock hour. This is something that's kind of got me. Got the old brain turning about this Michael Penix and Atlanta situation that I haven't quite heard anybody mention. So I'll bring that up and see what y'all think about that. Plus, we will get into a little bit of Mariners in the 4 o'clock hour.
Well, we have to. Someone has to brag about the Mariners.
Somebody has to. I also just love baseball.
Oh, really?
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Love baseball.
You're a big baseball guy.
Big baseball guy. Can't play it, but I really like watching it.
I can't play it either. Baseball's hard.
Baseball is very hard.
Baseball is difficult.
Yeah,
People
dude.
who are really good at it only do well like 30% of the time.
Yeah, dude. If you fail 2/3 of the time, you're like one of the greats.
Like all-time greats.
Yeah.
I need more things like that. Like, what if driving was like 2/3 of the time you're gonna get in a
Dude,
car wreck?
you fail 3/4 of the time, and you've made yourself a nice little cash pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like $50-100 million career
Yeah.
depending on when you
Yeah.
play.
That's like, can you imagine
Pretty good.
if you were like, hey, when it comes to radio, Will shows up 1/4 of the time. But that 1/4 of the time, he gets paid a lot of money for it.
4-year, $25 million deal, dude. Look, umpires are even mad that baseball players can be so terrible because they've started to be just as bad.
Well, they're just following after their Lord and Savior,
Their Lord
Angel
and Savior.
Hernandez.
He is sent from above. We've been talking about basketball and
Literally his
kind
wings.
of KD's future, but I'm also interested in LeBron's future because, boy, two players that are signs of a generation, not that far apart in age. LeBron and I are the same age. We're the same year of high school. So
Whoa.
when I graduated high school, I enrolled at Clark College. When LeBron graduated high school, he signed a $99 million deal with Nike.
Well, that shows you have a step up on him, though. He did not sign to a college.
That is true. I did go to school, and I have a degree.
You have a degree.
Go Cougs.
LeBron, I don't think, has a degree.
know. Well,
You're better than him. Look
Suck
at
it,
you.
loser. But the Lakers are eliminated in the first round for the second year in a row. And I believe only the second time ever in LeBron's career where he's been eliminated in the first round. And this brings a lot of questions. I mean, this Lakers team is in kind of a hot mess. And I think we knew it was headed in this direction. The bubble win was kind of nice, I guess. And then it was like, what's this going to look like for the next few years?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, it's kind of showed itself as it's just not very functional. Darvin Ham sounds like he's going to get canned. LeBron keeps talking about how he wants to stay in LA. But I think we were kind of talking about this a minute ago. As much as I don't think there's a great, huge place in basketball for Kevin Durant, I still think there's a great place for LeBron.
Right, because LeBron is a better facilitator. LeBron can still pass with the best of them. I mean, he's third, fourth all-time career assist numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he can still go out and get boards. He's gonna go out and put up 28 and 8 probably. Like, that's what he averaged around this year. LeBron can do a lot of things. No offense to Kevin Durant. There's a lot of guys in the NBA that can score. Can they score as efficiently as KD? No, not necessarily, but are we getting that KD of old where he could score at that efficiency? I didn't really see it in this playoffs, and I didn't see it that much this year.
And I think one thing that benefits old LBJ is he can adapt, he can transform, he can change to whatever kind of game he is. Like you were saying, okay, if this year, what is he, like 24, 8, and 9 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
He could be a 16, 11, and 12 guy.
Right.
He could.
And he has shown that he can kind of want to do that. He wanted AD to take over and be that guy.
Right.
He's not afraid.
His problem was it was AD.
Well, AD's injury prone, and he's not afraid to play second fiddle. But what I think, and I think you touched on this when you brought this whole piece up, is that 2020 year, it worked because they had role players around them and they had a more complete team.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to, in the old CBA, have a little bit more money, and they were willing to go over that luxury tax mark. They were able to have Alex Caruso, who he wasn't always the best offensively, but he could go play darn good defense. You had Dwight Howard as your backup center. That's a pretty good defender down low. You know, you look at that team, that 2020 championship roster, and I only named a few. There are a lot of quality role players that they were surrounded by. Well, when those guys left and the new CBA kicked in and the amount of money that they had spent and locked up on LeBron and Anthony Davis, you weren't able to go out and get that same role player. You're now having to rely on a guy like D'Angelo Russell, who offensively, when he has his big moments and he has big games, he can shoot with the best of them. The problem is he doesn't play really good defense. And if you get 2 out of 5 games where you have good shooting nights from D'Angelo Russell, that's considered a victory. And what I think we're learning is if you go out and you make big trades or big free agent signings in the NBA, and you are trying to build a big three that way, and you don't build it through the draft, you will not be successful. When you look at it, the Boston Celtics big three was successful because they won 1 title.
Mm-hmm.
The Miami Heat big three was successful. They won 2.
Went to 4.
What's another team that did that? You look at the Brooklyn team with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, James Harden.
That's a no.
They didn't do that.
Philadelphia, no.
Right?
I really don't like the Clippers. I mean, I don't think the Mavericks are that great, and the Clippers are not putting them away like they should.
The Clippers haven't done it. When you see the teams that are successful, well, right? Denver has a big three. Well, guess what? Those are all guys that they got homegrown.
Yeah, and I don't know if you'd call them big three, you know? I mean,
Right.
they're three really great players.
Good
I don't mean
players.
to take away, especially with Jokic. And I love Jamal Murray. I love Jamal Murray a lot. But yeah, it's not that like token big three. It's like they've got three studs on that team, but it's not Durant, Kyrie, and James Harden.
But they're a more complete team because they have complete players around. I
agree.
mean, we didn't even mention Aaron Gordon in that conversation, and he's had big games. So I think when you look at the NBA, we need to stop looking at it as, hey, let's amass as much talent as we can and figure it out on the back end. You have to build through the draft. Yeah, you're going to go and get a big free agent signing or a big trade, right? Boston. I love the Drew Holiday trade, and I love the Kristaps Porzingis trade if he can come back and be healthy the rest of the postseason. But most of that team is built through the draft.
Yeah.
Right?
And Brown and Tatum.
And so I kind of think that if LeBron is the final piece and that's where he wants to go, then he can be successful, right? But if he's going to try and go build another super team, it's just not going to work because you're not going to have the depth that you need to be successful.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we know, and LeBron knows that he can be whatever he needs to be. I think the real question is, will he? I have yet to see him say, yeah, I'll do it. We know you can do it, bud. So just do it. And to point out to the text line, yes, I forgot that the Lakers made the Western Conference Finals last year. I was thinking the year before. I apologize. I'm an idiot. End of show. We're out of here.
I like how as soon as there's like one little mistake, it's like, hold on.
I know. I missed it. That's my fault.
I'll burn the podcast.
I'll
all
take.
right?
I'll take the
Text
heat.
police.
No record of the mistake.
I'll take the heat for that. Come find me on Twitter. I'm just joking. You can't.
Come find me on Twitter at Isaac Rock.
Yeah, I think that's just the toughest thing is we know LeBron can do this, but will he do it? That's what I don't know.
He also
I would like.
have to.
He doesn't. That's the other thing. Yeah, like what are you going to be? Player coach next year and
does he
player
care?
coach GM and just draft your kid and then just hang out in LA and
Right.
sell tickets but not really win anything.
Right. I also wonder too in his head, like his whole thing, and he does care about legacy. Does he care about it to the extreme that like an MJ did? I don't know.
Yeah.
But he claims, hey, I'm better than MJ already in his mind. And some people agree with him and some people don't. That's not what this segment is about. But I do think that if he felt like he had more to prove that he was better than MJ, he might be more willing to do that.
Exactly, man. Imagine if he became a role player, if he came off the bench for somebody and just was like basically a backup point guard, like look at Vince Carter's the end of his career, right? Vince Carter is one of the most insane athletes I ever watched play basketball. And in the end, he became a great passer and he became a great three-point shooter. Like, where was all this? And I think it's made me love Vince Carter even more because he he changed his game. Andre Iguodala was really great at that too. If LeBron does that, that'd be pretty rad. I think that would be pretty cool. I don't know if you're ever going to change people's minds about how they feel in terms of legacy for LeBron, but that's not going to hurt it.
Right.
That's not going to hurt it. If you're like, okay, so LeBron went to Oklahoma City, let's just say for funsies there.
Right.
He goes to OKC, comes off the bench, but he's like a point guard facilitator and he has 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 15 assists.
Right.
That's sixth man of the year.
Right.
And I would love LeBron for it.
Right. And you use him to help teach the younger players. He gets what he wants because he gets to have his kid drafted and he'll play with his kid and
teach guys like SGA and Chet Holmgren how to be winners.
Right. And he can build the future. Those are all things that he could do, but when you're talking about a guy who I think we can all come to a consensus and say at worst case is top 3 all time. Do you really think that's like he's going to do that? Like if we thought about that in a business sense, right? Like you take all the richest people. Do we think that Jeff Bezos at the end of like Amazon is like, you know what? I'm going to go help Elon Musk. I'm going to go join Elon Musk's team and be his VP.
Yeah, join the evil and create a bigger evil empire. Yeah, that's true.
You know, so will he have the ego to do it?
That's the big question. I hope he does. At least for basketball and for us and for him, I hope he does. And speaking of that, as things change, Will, you mentioned this to me as we were texting and kind of show prepping for this, and it is very interesting to think about all these guys, LeBron, KD, Steph, guys that are kind of getting old and slowing down, losing playoff series, not making the playoffs, etc. Passing to these young guys. Which young guys do we really love, and can they be the same brands that guys like Durant and Curry and LeBron are? We'll get to that next. This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
A surprise at the NFL Draft.
With the 8th pick in the 2020.
Lordner, do you know what this song is?
It's Blink-182, isn't it? Damn it!
Nailed it.
Just staring at the stack over here, pretending like he knows it.
Oh, you're a jerk.
No, but I do know Blink-182. This is a good song. I got a lot of Blink-182 songs.
All right.
They're coming to town later this year, I believe.
Are they really?
Yeah, my wife is, she is begging me. I mean, it's not like I'm not going to do it, but she just keeps reminding me, hey, tickets. I'm like, all right, babe, let's
Well,
do it.
because they're back together again after the one guy discovered UFOs.
Who discovered UFOs?
The lead singer. You didn't know this?
Isn't Travis Barker married to a Kardashian?
Courtney, the worst one.
Oh, that's still a thing?
There's a worst one?
Yeah, Courtney. Courtney sucks.
I thought Chloe was the worst.
No, Courtney sucks.
Okay.
Trust me if.
Is Chloe the one that killed Lamar Odom?
No,
She apparently saved him, too.
Depends on who you
According
listen
to
to.
her take on this.
Speaking of sports podcasts, Caitlyn Jenner and Lamar Odom are dropping a podcast.
Get out of here.
I swear. Yeah. And it's got like the Kardashian name thing too. I got to find it. Hold on.
I'm gonna pass on all that above. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll dive into a little Mariner talk, plus questions about Michael Penix in Atlanta and things we haven't thought about quite yet. Plus, we'll have it in the news. But to kind of put a bow on this NBA conversation that we're having as far as guys exiting, look, we are now in a playoffs with no Durant, no LeBron, and no Steph Curry. Does anybody know the last time we had that after the first round?
After the first round without
All three of them?
What, 03?
Yeah, like Blazers.
Yeah, I guess
2000.
that's true.
Like 2000, like
Well,
without
the
any
Lakers
of them.
missed the playoffs one year with LeBron, but you can't tell me that Steph didn't.
Right, because Steph made it, and KD would have made it when he was in.
And the East was
Brooklyn.
super garbage.
Yeah, so aside from LeBron's first year, so 2003 is the last time we haven't seen one of those three.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
That's insane. But, you know, to your point, we were talking about this kind of via text message. Like, it is a very cool conversation to think about who the next big guys are. Look, we already know Jason Tatum's one of them, okay?
Mhm.
He's in
Yeah.
commercials, Subway, Under Armour, whatever it is, Gatorade, et cetera, et cetera. I have to assume Giannis is one of them.
Yeah, I
Or do
would
we?
say.
I mean, it's funny because I almost consider Giannis this like mid-range because of age.
Well, and I think Nikola Jokic kind of falls in the same
Yeah,
category.
They're not
Joel
young.
Embiid.
Yeah.
They're not young, but they're obviously superstars, so you have to throw them in the
right.
category.
And is their superstar going to get any bigger?
Right.
Like, can Giannis actually get better than what he is? God, that's terrifying.
I don't know as like a basketball player, but
Yeah.
like as a peak, like, do we care about him? Like if he got a second title, now you're starting to talk about him in rarefied air.
Sure.
It's not going to happen this year, spoiler alert, but it could happen next year. Maybe they figure stuff out. You never know.
So then you can look around the league. You know, obviously I said Jason Tatum, which is funny because sometimes I think Jaylen Brown's the better player, but Tatum's the bigger star. Jimmy Butler would be in that.
Jimmy
that
Butler
tier
would
as
also
well.
fall. Yes,
Would also be
yeah.
in that tier. I
They're
love
like
Buckets.
they're like late 20s, early 30s. You know,
superstars.
Mhm.
Everybody knows how talented they are.
right?
But let's look at the young guys, okay? Jason Tatum's one of them. Tyrese Halliburton.
right,
Love me some Halliburton.
big star, and he does it in a different way. I think that a guy like
Love me
Tyrese
some Halliburton.
Tyrese Maxey could jump into
Yeah,
there.
Tyrese Maxey.
Luca, of course, is
Luka,
going to
of
be
course,
in there. SGA, Chet, Wemby,
And Edwards.
Ant Edwards has a chance. If you could buy Ant Edwards stock right now, this is Apple
of becoming
trading
a superstar sort of thing.
for being the face of the league. You should do it.
And that's the real question. And I knew we would get to Ant Edwards on this subject. Do you remember him coming out of Georgia? The question was, does Anthony Edwards really like basketball?
Right. The whole thing was like, because he's not afraid to joke around or talk
Right.
about other things. He's like, I'm a better football player than basketball player. I remember listening, and there was a certain show host, not at this station, who said he wouldn't take Ant Edwards because he didn't love basketball.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't love basketball, so
That's
you
what they
can't
were
take
saying.
him.
Can't take him number one. Can't take him one. He doesn't love basketball.
Doesn't love basketball.
Boy, Minnesota sure is glad they took him number one.
He is awesome. And the comparisons to young MJ and the comparisons to young Kobe, like they completely fit. But the thing that impresses me the most with him, and I'm going to keep going back to game 2, because that was the game where, like, for me, I'd heard all this talk about, hey, this is the year where Ant Edwards is taking the next step, taking the next step, taking the next step. And for me, it's easy when things are going right. In game 1, when you're hitting shots over Kevin Durant, one of your all-time heroes, and you can't miss, and offensively you take over a game and you win a home playoff game in your own barn, and you do it in a way where you take over the game, it's easy to be out there and high-fiving people and saying the right things and doing the right things off the court. But when things aren't going your way, in game 2, when you can't hit the broadside of a barn, you're not making anything if it isn't a layup. What does
Right.
Ant Edwards do? He goes out and he starts facilitating for others. He doesn't demand the ball go to him. He lets Mike Conley run a 2-man game with Karl Anthony Towns. He goes out and he plays hard-nosed defense so that he can get easy layups because he got a steal. Or he has a huge block on Kevin Durant, and now Kevin Durant stops trying to attack the paint when they have Rudy Gobert out, which gets Rudy Gobert more rest time. When I saw that type of performance from Ant, that told me he could be the face of the league because he's fun, he's exciting, he's not a stick in the mud, and he's not afraid to do what he has to do to make that team win.
I've started to see him on kind of like sideline interviews, like
He's
post game and
awesome.
stuff. You can tell there's a lot of passion there.
Mhm.
Like he's really just about basketball, and those are the kind of guys we need to see. Now, the SGAs of the world. Now, I love his game a lot, but we gotta talk to somebody here because, like, why are these games just on NBA TV? It's like tonight, man. I want to watch Paolo and Jalen Suggs,
Mhm.
NBA TV.
can't get a look at it. And
You
those
know what
are
I mean? I mean, I have it because I have YouTube TV, but I mean, to the average person, like you said, you have HBO Max, so you get to watch TNT tonight.
right. I
So
love
that's
TNT
dope.
games.
But if you live in that world, which I would argue a majority, especially your generation,
right,
live in that world, you don't get to watch Jalen Suggs and Paolo tonight.
right, especially two guys who could be future stars of the league, like with what they've done. I
Without
mean,
a doubt.
Paolo is far and away the best offensive option that they have on an Orlando Magic team that is young and gelling together
Yeah.
and playing good basketball.
And,
If they
and remember when Jalen Suggs was a bust?
right, and now he's
not a bust.
He's not a bust, and he is awesome
Yeah.
on the defensive end. He's going to be an all defensive
He was
NBA
19
player.
when he came into the league.
I know it's just for you Scoot haters out there. Just
Yeah.
relax.
Yes. Yeah.
In
Relax.
2024, you think you could offer like anything close to what the NCAA does during March Madness and what TNT does stuff. So offer like the extra True TV game, something like that, not NBA TV.
I know.
It's,
I know.
accessible to everyone.
It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, that'll put a little bow on some NBA talk for a little bit. We'll come back to some more at the 5 o'clock hour, take a look at some of the games tonight and how we're feeling about stuff, Dame injury updates, things like that, and Joel Embiid and blah, 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 blah. But coming up, we got in the news along with some thoughts on Michael Penix, but we'll start the 4 o'clock hour on our Seattle Mariners. Loaded second hour. Don't go anywhere. This is Primetime. I'm Patrick Harris. That's Will Ortner, 1080 The Fan. All right, welcome to the second hour of Primetime. If missing the first hour, you can download that at 10athefan.com or the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Will Ortner, Patrick Harris in with you for Primetime for the next couple of days. Sukanik be in Caribbean. Rop be in probably
His living room?
Langdon Farms.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he has an Oculus. He could be in the Caribbean, just like from his couch.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rob has like a simulator in his house by this point, though.
I think he
golf
does have a
simulator?
simulator.
He
got
just
a golf simulator.
never has to leave.
Dude, Primetime money, dude.
Oh, I mean, like I have a moat.
They're actually not that. The simulator. I mean, it's 2024. Tech's getting better. You don't have to spend an egregious amount for a simulator.
I just thought of something. If I ever sit in for a show,
Right.
I should make that person's salary for the day.
Whatever their salary is.
Whatever it is.
Hey, that's what happens in
divided by-
baseball.
Is it $20 or is it $20,000? Like, you just let me know.
When you get called up to the majors, you get a major league salary, whatever the minimum is for that day.
Yeah, even if it's one day, I'll take it.
Then no one would ever fill in for me.
Yeah, dude, I need some of that golf simulator salary.
I can't believe he has space for a golf simulator.
I don't know. I could just be lying.
I was gonna say.
I feel like I heard him talk about it once, or maybe he has like one of those like nets that he can practice his drives.
drives
Oh, yeah.
into
Yeah.
See, but that's not as fun. You want to see how far your ball goes.
Yeah.
I said this yesterday. I'm getting into golf videos.
What do you
I-
mean golf videos?
I watch golf videos now.
Like
What
he's
do you
becoming
mean?
an old man.
well,
like
sometimes
highlights of tournaments.
Sometimes I watch full rounds of tournaments. Sometimes I watch highlights of tournaments. Sometimes I just watch like average Joe Bro go out and however they do golf. Like I like some of the guys who are better than your average golfer. They're probably right around that scratch level, but they're not good enough to be professionals. Depending on the personality that they have. There's this one guy right now. I can't get enough of him. His name is Fat Perez. He is the most hilarious looking best golfer of all time. He would be the guy where you'd show up to Langdon Farms or, whatever golf course around town, and you would see Fat Perez, and Fat Perez would be like, hey, do you want to play a game? We'll do $100 a hole. And you'd be like, I'm going to kick Fat Perez's butt. And then you would play against Fat Perez and just get dominated, taken to the cleaners.
This is so random.
I love Fat Perez. Google Fat Perez, dude. You would love Fat Perez.
Dude, I think I'm too old for that.
No, he's like your age.
Let me jump in because YouTube is a fantastic place, and I will admit the golf videos did kind of they were stuck in my feed, but it was just two dudes going to like the worst golf courses around the U.S. and just playing them and kind of documenting their experiences along the way. I was actually entertained. I probably caught myself watching 3 hours of that just last week.
Dude, they're really funny. It's Fat Perez and Joey Coldcuts. That's his buddy's name, Joey Coldcuts.
Yeah, I'm not in.
Dude, they're
Yeah,
awesome.
that's a no.
They're your age. They're making Archie Bunker jokes. It's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass. How do you even know what Archie Bunker is?
I think he was like the offensive guy that was funny back in the day, but now if you listen to or you watch that TV show, you can't listen and you go, that's really bad.
Archie Bunker's 8 is
offensive.
enough, right?
Yeah, I'm just shocked. I don't know. Will, you're freaking me out over here.
What? I know things.
All right, don't look now, but one of the hottest teams in baseball is our Seattle Mariners.
Woo!
They walk off last night with a Mitch Garver 2-run blast to send that game to the showers against the Braves. Max Fried on the bum. Max Fried pitched a hell of a game last night.
Miller pitched a hell
And
of a game.
so
too.
did Miller. Tonight is Luis Castillo. The real thing is about this team is, stop me if you've heard this before. The starting pitching is absolutely phenomenal. The rest of the offense cannot do anything.
Right.
But
Again.
they seem to be. You got to when you're that way. As a longtime Cleveland Indian fan, we had the same problems. So it's not necessarily about how do we get more offense. It's about how do we take advantage of when we get our offense. And that is the challenge that the Mariners are going to have to go through right now, because Kirby seems to have found it after a couple shaky starts. Gilbert had one shaky, but Gilbert's probably been the best of the three of them all year.
Right.
Miller is like house money. Like, that's just all bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And Castillo over his last two starts has been pretty solid. We'll see what he looks like tonight. This team is in a very good space in what is a completely insane division than what we thought it was going to be a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also benefiting them a lot too. Let's not forget that. Texas is okay.
Right.
Houston is garbage.
Well,
Oakland
they can't
is
hit it anymore.
well, Oakland. And the Angels just lost their best player, Anthony Rendon. So like their host. So the Mariners are getting a little bit of a feast on where the rest of their division is. But they're also playing really good baseball right now.
Right. So I've got this stat for you. You ready for hot stats, baseball stats? Since April 10th, here is the Mariners starting pitching rotation. George Kirby, 2-0, 1.0 ERA. Logan Gilbert, 2-0, 1.32 ERA. Bryce Miller, 3-1, 1.54 ERA. Luis Castillo, 2-1, 1.89 ERA. Emerson Hancock is your worst. Basically a rookie pitcher, 2-1, 2.0 ERA, and you have
You are now
Brian
about
Wu.
to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yes, and you still have Brian Wu, who's coming back, working his way back in.
Brian
Triple H
Wu out
cover-
is the only reason why Emerson Hancock is here.
I know. They're so stinking good. And the hitting, it's not where it needs to be, but also, what have the Mariners done the last 2 years? And I know you can't totally rely on this, but they had a big June 2 years ago, and this last year they had a big July. They feel like a team that as the year goes on, they perform better. They're a big numbers team, and by the law of averages, if they go up to the plate and they have the same approach to the dish, the law of averages is eventually going to work their way. And so they seem to get hot later on in the middle to end of the season. So if you can go out and avoid a real struggle bus at the beginning of the year, like they haven't been able to avoid the last 2 years, imagine what they could do instead of having to come back from third place in the division to already being in first. You can run away
Kind of control
with
your
it,
own destiny.
right? And when you have pitching like that, yeah, the hitting might not be where it needs to be. And of course, I want the hitting to improve. I'm not an idiot. But when you have pitching like that, you're always in games because the other teams can't score runs on you.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the success of this starting pitching will lead to trades at the deadline, or if it's just stick with the bread and butter.
You're talking like starting pitching trades?
Yeah,
Like getting rid of some stuff?
dealing somebody.
I mean, they got Dallas Keuchel for super death down in AAA, but once Brian Wu comes back, it's essentially him and Emerson Hancock. So you're saying like, what, they'll trade one of those guys, or they'll trade like a Logan Gilbert maybe to try to get some offense? Because that they do legitimately have 3, maybe 4 guys that could be aces on other staffs, but
I have to think Miller could get a lot of attention.
oh,
I don't know. I personally, if I'm old, Depoto, I'm not going to trade Kirby.
I would not trade
It
Kirby.
would take a mountain to get Logan Gilbert. And I'm talking a mountain
I mean,
to get Logan Gilbert. Castillo I'd listen to.
I would listen to Castillo
Because
of
of his
age.
contract.
I would
Contract
listen.
and age.
I would listen to him because of age. Because the rest of the pitchers are all around the same age. Like your oldest is Gilbert at what, 27?
But remember we were talking in the offseason of like Brian Wu or Miller for a Rosarena, and both of them for a Rosarena and Isak Paredes. Like,
But that's also not Depoto's MO.
I know, but now I kind of wish I had that.
And now at this point, because that's not Depoto's MO and he doesn't have the money to go do what he actually wanted to a few years ago because of ownership, you essentially are locked into trading for like a lower cost, really good talent, which is a young superstar essentially, right? I mean, at this point, it's like a Logan Gilbert for Gunnar Henderson swap to the Orioles. And that'd be awesome, but I'm not saying that that's the deal, but
Whoa.
I feel like that's the only kind of thing that's going to work for Seattle because they're not looking to add $15 million to the payroll, which
I would lose my mind.
it's stupid, but wouldn't that be amazing?
I'd go buy a Gunnar Henderson jersey right now.
That would be
And I
so
love
sick.
Logan Gilbert. I'd be like, see you, dude.
But you understand the point that I'm making, right?
It was good.
That
to
was
see you.
awesome, man.
No, 100%. I get what you're saying.
It just sucks.
I do like Clase. He's young.
He's
and
great.
He's coming up. I like that. Eventually, you're going to get Bliss at some point. I like Bliss. I think that Dipoto has made it clear that you're not going to get that big splash. Whatever big splash you want or you think you need, it's not going to happen. Whether that's because that's not what Dipoto wants to do or because that's because your ownership group doesn't want to pay, that's going to be the case. So why not just keep all the pitching?
It's true.
And
And we
dominate.
don't even know who's going to be available.
Right.
You know, I off the top of my head right now, I have no idea who could be available at the deadline.
It's so
Most
long
great players
away.
are on good teams. There aren't a whole lot of great players on bad teams in Major League Baseball right now.
Right. And it's so long away, too, that, like, I mean, shoot. Just like I said before, the last 2 years, if you had looked at the Mariners at this point in the season, you'd be like, really? This was a team that people were predicting as maybe a World Series contender? And then by the end of the year, it's like, oh, they're right in the playoff race. The one year you even got into the playoffs, right? So bide your time, take some minutes. It'll be okay. Long season, deep breath. You were angry 2 weeks ago. Now you're happy. It's going to be a long time. It's a marathon.
Everybody's real upset about this Michael Penix to Atlanta Falcons, but maybe I can give you a different perspective to think about it. And this is coming from a guy who's not a really big Michael Penix fan. We'll do that next. Primetime. Today, The Fan.
The Fan merch locker is now open.
The t-shirts are made. The t-shirts have been produced.
Your quality control.
Get your shirt now from The Fan.
Shout out to those of you on the YouTube stream.
So good. I got to you.
Thanks for being here.
You guys are so good.
You can check us out on youtube.com/1080am The Fan. That'll let you interact with us and see these ugly mugs. There's also the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit vancouverford.com. Guilty as charged. Got my 2022 Ford Bronco Sport in the parking lot right now that I got from Vancouver Ford.
Yeah.
503-864-6326.
I'm gonna go full degenerate right now and complain that I can't get a same game parlay in before these games start tonight on Bovada. I want to bet some NBA and I can't.
Sorry, man. Dude, gambling's bad, dude.
Well, I won a $600
Actually.
parlay off of a $2 bet last week, so I've got money to lose.
Ooh. Well, just remember to do it responsibly.
Oh, it's free play, so it's not even my money yet, technically.
Oh, there you go.
I went to work today, and I'm happy with the money I made at work today.
I've got a little bit on the Knicks. When Embiid misses for a migraine, I'm gonna throw a little bit of money on the Knicks.
And I assume with the game on right now, oh, there he is. He's out
in.
there.
He's out there, but it's playoff Embiid. He's going to find a way to falter at some point.
He scored 50 the other night.
Have you looked at his fourth quarter stats?
I
You should look at his fourth quarter stats.
still helped them win a game in this series.
You're right. He won one game. The other three he did not.
Ouch. Shots fired. Where do you guys sit on Michael Penix as a player?
I like Michael Penix. I think he can make all the throws that you're going to ask of him. My fear is I am worried about his injuries. He has had too many injuries to where it's not like it was a freak thing and he slipped on ice and when he landed he tore both of his ACLs.
Yeah.
He got hurt playing football and he got hurt throwing the ball, and when you watched this season,
each knee and a shoulder?
both shoulder, one
Or is
shoulder but two surgeries.
Okay.
The problem with Michael Penix is if he went through this whole year and he got hit a bunch and he held up fine and didn't have any injury issues, I wouldn't be worried about that. The problem is he got hit really hard in two games. He got hit against Oregon the very first time, and he got hit really, really hard against Michigan. And in both of those games, he came out grabbing his ribs, looking banged up, looking hurt. That worries me over the longevity of a season. He was behind the best offensive line in all of college football, and he only got touched up twice, but both of those times he looked banged up. That terrifies me.
I am not the biggest Michael Penix guy in the world. There's something about the way he throws. Something about I feel like the arm gets cocked back a little too far. I don't know. I just never, this could just be my super biased Husky hater inside of me, but I was just never really super big into Michael Penix. So obviously it was quite the shock when Atlanta takes him at number 8 in the NFL draft. But something that, and maybe it's because he went as high as 8, but everybody's kind of freaking out, you know. Well, they got Kirk Cousins. Why are you grabbing a quarterback in the first round? Let's not forget Aaron Rodgers played for another 3 years. With Jordan Love on the bench. Could this not just be that situation? Jordan Love, we talked about every single time, not ready to play, doesn't look the part. What a bust. Now they've got no Rodgers. Now they're forced to go with him. And boy, let me tell you, I love me some Jordan Love. He looks great. I'm really excited to see how he looks this year. Hopefully progresses. Can we not just be doing the same thing with Michael Penix? Aren't there some organizations and some guys specifically that do need to sit? Like Caleb's going to play next year.
Yes, but I don't think that Michael Penix is that guy for a couple different reasons, right?
You think he's a play now guy?
He has to be a play now guy because I do think 24 is a play now age. Like he has spent that
5
time in
years
college,
yeah.
right? He is ready to go. It would be different if, say, Atlanta had taken Drake May or JJ McCarthy, specifically Drake May. Now, obviously, he wasn't going to get to 8 in general, but let's play in a world where New England traded away or they took Michael Penix. Well, if Drake May falls and he gets to learn behind Kirk Cousins, I actually love that. Kirk Cousins is...
Why? Because it's white on white?
Because
is that what we're doing here?
Because it's a consummate pro in Kirk Cousins who Drake May could learn under. Drake May...
Yeah, it sounds about white. Yeah.
His inefficiencies in his game come pre-snap.
Yeah.
When it comes to making the throws, being accurate, Drake May can make all the throws. He's accurate. He can throw on the run. He's athletic.
To where Penix, you're saying, is more ready.
He's
pre-snap.
ready to go right. He's ready to go right now. And here's the thing: if you want him to sit, his age, I think, is a big issue there because Drake May is 21. Well, if Drake May sits for, let's say, he goes 3 years, he sits. By the time he's starting, he's 24. You still have a year or so to decide if you want to take that 5th year, and he can improve his issues.
And when Penix starts, he starts at 30 or at 28.
At 27, 28.
And then do you want to pick up that 5th year on a 29-year-old quarterback? And what if you're really good?
Right.
You want to pay him $40 million at 30?
Right. Well, and he's going to be going through rookie mistakes because it's his first year starting when he should be in his athletic peak. If it's Drake May, he's making those rookie mistakes as he's going into his athletic peak, and his peak as a quarterback, right? That 27 to 32, that's around your peak for most players.
Well, which is the bigger factor for him then? Age or ability?
For me, in that role, it is age. It's age, and like personally as a prospect, I would stay away from Penix because of the injury issues. But if you're looking at it in just Atlanta, it's his age, because that's fine. If you want him to develop under a starting quarterback, I actually love that idea. But you should have a player then that is the age that makes sense to do that. At 24 years old, it doesn't make sense to have him sit under someone and develop, because by the time that he has the opportunity to showcase his talents, he's too old. Like, what are you going to do with him, right? Like at 27, unless he hits the ground and he's perfect, you've got to decide, is this 27-year-old going to continue to take steps of growth, or is this what he is? And you can do it on a finite number of reps. If you get it with a 24-year-old, you can assume that he's still going to rise and continue to improve and get better in that smaller amount of reps. I just like it from an age perspective better.
Some thoughts on the YouTube chat. This is going to be Atlanta's only opportunity to potential franchise QB in the draft. Choices were Penix, Nix, or JJ. In my mind, between those three, Penix is the easy answer. And he also continues to say 66 starting QBs in the NFL last season. Cousins is 36, coming off an Achilles. Zero chance Penix sits for 2 years.
So then you shouldn't, if your issue is, well, Kirk Cousins is 36 and he's coming off an Achilles tear, then you shouldn't have signed him to the deal.
That is true. That is true. You should have known before you got Cousins that you could get Penix at number 8.
Right. You should not have signed him to the deal. Now, this all being said, Penix might go out there and dominate in camp just like Russell Wilson did when the Seahawks went out and signed Matt Flynn, right? He could come out and he could dominate. I'm not saying that Penix is a bad prospect. I'm not even saying that he's worse than J.J. McCarthy or Nix. What I am saying is it doesn't make sense. It's not a fit. You're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. It just doesn't make sense there.
Yeah. You wonder where the logic is, because unfortunately the Atlanta Falcons are not, as everybody's been comparing their situation to the Green Bay Packers, who literally, Jordan Love is their third quarterback in how many years? 40. I mean, almost 30. So
since like 92.
Exactly. The Atlanta Falcons, and to their point, not to completely bag on them, they got Zach Robinson, the old Rams passing game coordinator, so a little bit of a Sean McVay-esque, at least guy that they hope that can transition their offense into something better there. It makes sense to get a guy like Michael Penix, but it doesn't make sense to do it a month after you're paying a bunch of money that you just went to your owner and asked for. As the GM, you got to just look like you're sitting on the fence trying to ride both sides. It makes no sense.
I think he fell in love with Penix.
I think so too.
I think what happened is he signed Kirk Cousins because he wanted to make sure that he could sign a quarterback, because that
Atlanta's in a
be
window
good.
right now. That division is very winnable.
100%.
There's a lot of great talent on that roster. So I don't necessarily fault them for taking a QB while having a QB, but it is interesting because Cousins was not cheap.
Right. Well, and the other thing too, and this one is getting beat a lot by guys like Pete Schrager, right? It's, well, Atlanta, basically since Matt Ryan, has been in purgatory when it comes to quarterbacks, right? Like Desmond Ridder didn't work. They've had Heineke, he didn't work. They've had a multitude of other different quarterbacks that have come in and played for them, and they've been garbage. So they looked at it as, this is our last chance to be up this high. We're going to go get our quarterback of the future. We already have Kirk Cousins. We're willing to shell out that money, and now he can learn. And when you look at the contract, it's really a 2-year contract. It's not a 4-year, because all the guaranteed money is in those first 2 years.
Well, yeah.
And then you can get out of it. The problem is, again, you're still getting out of it when Michael Penix is 27.
Yeah.
I just don't like the age matchup. If you think Michael Penix is the best quarterback and you think that he has a chance to beat out Kirk Cousins in a year or two, you know what? Maybe we look back at this in 3 or 4 years and there's egg on all of our face and they made the right decision. I mean, people said the same thing about Seattle and Russell Wilson. It just, to me, doesn't feel like it was the smartest decision in the moment.
I really wish I could jump ahead in time and know the answer to this, because I, as an old man, will forget what I felt like on this day in 3 years. I will have no idea.
I don't think you will forget.
No? You don't think so?
No, because everyone will remind everyone about, remember when you idiots said that Michael Penix wasn't going to be a good pick? It's just a really It's a really aggressive pick that could probably cost your job if both don't work out. And I don't know that that's the move I would make.
All right, let's see how this pans out. Good luck, Cotton. All right, coming up, let's have some fun for a little half hour before we get to the 5 o'clock hour and back into sports. In the news is next, but first, there's Schultze with sports.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, 3 more first-round NBA playoffs games tonight. Actually in progress right now. You got the New York Knicks hosting the Philadelphia 76ers, trying to grab the series win. They lead at 3-1 right now. The Knicks currently down 2, 19-17 Phillies lead, 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go in the first quarter there. Coming up here in just about half an hour, you got the Cleveland Cavaliers hosting the Orlando Magic on NBA TV. And then the Milwaukee Bucks trying to stay alive in their series against the Pacers, down 3-1. Both Dame and Giannis not going to play. Indiana favored by 4.5. Tip-off set for around 6:30 on TNT, just once this first game finishes up in New York. Other news out of the NBA, Los Angeles Clippers forward Kawhi Leonard already ruled out for Game 5 tomorrow against the Mavericks with a knee injury. And in baseball, the Seattle Mariners red hot, winning 4 out of their last 5. Sitting in first place in the AL West, they host the Atlanta Braves again tonight with Ronaldo Lopez and Luis Castillo on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 on Root Sports. Bad news, though, this afternoon coming down for the Angels. Mike Trout has a torn meniscus in his left knee. He's going to need surgery. The team says there's no timetable for a return, but they do hope he could be back this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker is now open with shirts from the fan shows and hosts you love. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
can teach Penix how to not win in primetime.
Well, Penix
You
is
like
about
that?
he's about 50-50.
You like that?
I do like that. I got it. I figured out the reference. Just took a second. It was on tape delay.
Tape delay. This Knicks Phillies game, or Knicks Sixers game right now is getting real testy. A lot of referees going to monitors. And
It's chippy, man. I would not have. Well, I guess I was gonna say I wouldn't have expected that, but then again, Joel Embiid's not afraid to throw some elbows. I wonder if Mitchell Robinson is kind of doing the same thing to protect some of his guys to get the 76ers to stop doing that to Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that as the Sixers are up on Will's Knicks.
You're right. I'm an idiot.
This is why I don't gamble.
That's it. I'm cashing out and I'm putting all my money on
All right,
Philadelphia.
today is April 30th, 2024. It is time for In the News. I am your backup news reporter here with traffic control operator Will Ortner to my left.
That's right. Right now, it's all clear on the 205 and
It's
I-5.
not. It's 4:30 on a 2. It's not. I guarantee it's not.
One can hope.
Good chance that I-5, 205, and 84, and 26, and 217 all suck.
Until you get to the bridge.
If you are there and your traffic commute sucks right now, give us a honk.
I heard one.
Today, I thought was very apropos, Will, you and I sitting in on this show. Today is National Hairstylist Day.
You know what really hurt my feelings? Today, I had a beanie on when I showed up to teach my kindergarten class. As soon as I took off the beanie, all 17 of them. Why are you bald? Why don't you have hair?
Yeah.
What did you do?
When was the last time you paid for a haircut, Will?
Oh, Nam probably.
Did you say Vietnam?
Yeah.
Ooh,
When
okay.
did that war
Ooh,
end? When did that
like
war end?
74.
Oh, okay. So maybe not Vietnam. No, probably like 2022, maybe 21. No, probably 21. I've been bald. I've pretty much been cutting my own hair or been bald since I graduated college. So yeah, around January of 2022.
Let's see. I lost my hair. I am 38. I started to get the ring of death at about 26, 27, right in the back there.
Oh, yeah.
But then the front, right here, the front, for those of you watching on YouTube, right here in the front started to get real thin. And now it is just a horseshoe of curls.
There you go.
Very Larry David, George Costanza-esque.
I'll tell you what, and this might be a hot take. If I could get the ring of death over my entire head, I would greatly appreciate that. Did that count?
I think so.
I'm sorry. That was a half-court shot. I really want that to have counted.
Does it count? No.
Doesn't look like it.
I needed a 3 from him. Darn it.
I will tell you what, the wife and I, we went to, we were in Europe this last summer, and in Paris, I went to a salon, and I paid €100 for a straight razor shave of my head and my face.
Okay, see, I might do that.
It was €100. I definitely overpaid,
Right.
but it was amazing. Hot towel treatment, the whole thing.
Totally worth it.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, this wonderful Iranian woman
Ooh.
did it for me. Yeah, gorgeous.
I would.
She was beautiful.
Yeah, I would totally do it. I've always wanted, like, I can't remember what hair salon or barbershop used to advertise for it, but one of them used to always talk about, getting the straight razor and then the hot steam towel massage. That always seemed like a good idea to me.
Portland State closed today.
Why?
Wait, what?
Well, they got some protesting going on down there, and they broke into the library, and I think they got into some scuffles with some custodial peeps, and
Don't do that.
Portland
to the
State closed today.
custodian.
Wait,
Be
is this
nice.
the anti-Israel protests?
Yes.
Like free. These are the people that are shouting "Free Palestine," right?
Yes.
I saw a
Easy. We are not getting into politics.
We're not getting into politics. I'm just saying I saw a 16-thread tweet yesterday just about like the dangers of trying to go be a protester and do this. The police are going to do this to you, and I'm just like, I don't want any part of this.
I'll tell you what, as an educated man, if I'm going to like do my best to shut down a college, dude, I'm not going after the library. Library's all like the cool stuff.
No, you got to go
I
after.
almost slipped there. Library's got cool stuff, you know, good books, secret makeout rooms, like take a nap somewhere. Like the library's awesome. Don't take out the library. Go take out like the student union building, or go take out like the cafeteria. Everybody just gets free food.
Go get the food.
Yeah, go get the food. Come on,
That
Will
was-
Ortner knows what to do
That's
here.
how you know it wasn't led by the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
take.
where's the football team in this situation? Come on, boys, we're hungry.
They're not dealing with it. I'm gonna take the bold stance that I take whenever this gets brought up. Whenever I'm out at like a bar or hanging out with friends and family, I go, you know what? I watch sports instead, and I have no idea what's going on, and I'm gonna stay over here, and I'm just gonna stay out of it because there's no winning. Like, you could give your opinion, and half the people are gonna be upset with you because you gave the opinion. You could give the exact opposite opinion, and then the other half of the people are gonna be upset with you for that. And so, because I'm a coward, I am gonna sit right here on the fence and be like, nah, I'm really liking this 76ers New York Knicks game.
Where'd you go to high school, Will?
I went to the great high school of
Hawkinson. I went to Hudson's Bay.
Ooh.
Right? Downtown
Rivals.
Couve. And I'm looking at some photos here of K2's website.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Hudson High School. See, I just got excited about it.
Aw.
Anyway, they've got this rendering of a new trade program building, and this thing looks like a prison. There's no windows on it or anything.
A trade, like, for the
Like-
trades? Like
Like
trade
their
school?
Trade school program, yeah.
Well, that's why. Let's get an open floor plan going.
Yeah,
Why do we
well-
not have windows?
It looks like a highway rest stop bathroom. Like, can you
Yes.
go in on both sides, you know?
It looks like someone who's like, I want you to know that the rest of your life is going to suck.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
this is
Oh,
school?
welding? We need welders, and you live in a warehouse. So this is what we want you to look
Is this like a newer construction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
guys. Come on, I don't mean to be totally like jackassery. Bring
This
us
is
down
Hudson's
here.
Bay High School.
Well, but it's because of all the shootings, and they're trying to build them in a way that protects like
What?
people. Yes.
You are out of your
when he
mind.
He said there's no windows, right?
That's not because of shooting.
That's
Yes!
not because of
That's
shooting.
not because of shooting.
Okay. All right. Whatever. They literally are designing schools. If there's a newer construction, they put that into the construction.
No. That
For
is a hot take.
For shooting?
Sometimes in life, you really take it on the face, and
That-
it just comes at you day after day after day.
That is a hot take, Schulte.
Okay.
I cannot possibly believe that.
I also feel like
Didn't think
that
it
would
was
be
that
bad for learning.
Yeah, dude, I need some sunlight.
Like,
I
people
gotta be able to see outside.
people already complain about school feeling like a prison. That seems
Don't
like
just
a bad
make it
idea.
a prison.
Yeah. What is this, Russia?
All right, when we come back, prehistoric salmon, and what did their teeth actually look like? That's more in the news next. Primetime, today the fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
It's been a hell of a 2 years, though, I tell you that. Sitting in this seat, it's been a hell of a 2 years. A lot of good things that got done, but ultimately, you want to win that ultimate prize. I know what that feels like. I had that feeling a couple of times. So you want to do everything in your power to prevent to continue to feel this feeling we're feeling now, the feeling of defeat.
That's Darvin Ham, Lakers head coach. He hasn't been fired yet, but multiple reports saying his job is in jeopardy after getting swept out of the playoffs by the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, for me in this situation, I don't think it matters who your coach is. Your roster construction is poor, and that's why you lost.
Yep, I agree. The Fans Window into Sports is brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. Go to windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm dirt.
4:48 here, Portland sports leader Will Ortner, Patrick Harris sitting in, Isaac and Suk on some days off. You'll get us again tomorrow, and then I think Isache is back on Thursday and Friday. He's a lot better newsman than I am.
Well, it's because he's carbon neutral.
Wow.
Are you
Not
carbon
anymore.
neutral? Oh, he's
Not
not?
anymore.
He's
He gave
carbon
that up.
emitting?
He was found to have been guilty.
Did he learn that the carbon neutral stuff is kind of a crocky,
bullshit.
you know what?
How is it bullshit?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's not real. So basically what they'll...
Well, everything creates carbon.
Right, but so
Everything
what,
is carbon.
So what the companies do, and you might have to correct me a little bit on this, Schulte, it's like
Yeah.
the companies will... So if you're going to emit a certain amount of carbon, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a threshold that you can't pass. And then if you pass that threshold, what they'll do is say, well, to offset the amount of carbon that we emitted that was past the threshold, we planted all of these trees in wherever.
more
Or you
oxygen.
bought into a
Right.
conservation area. So there are projects out there called carbon offsets that essentially take areas that need preservation or, like wildlife being saved, essentially, that these big companies, Disney, airplanes, all kinds of, invest hundreds of millions of dollars into. And it's kind of a crock because some of these areas, if not a lot, many investigations have been done. Some of these areas don't even need conservation. There's really no action being taken with this money other than the company saying, hey, we're carbon offsetting. We're actually saving the world when they're literally not.
Probably get nice tax breaks on that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they do it.
That's
And
why I just don't pay taxes.
I
If
wish
Jeff Bezos doesn't pay taxes, I'm not paying
I
taxes.
pay taxes.
Prehistoric salmon. A associate professor at University of Oregon talking about you would see prehistoric pictures of salmon and their teeth would be protruding downward. New research shows that is not true. Quote from Associate Professor Edward Davis, the previous scientists had figured that these big teeth had looked like a saber-toothed cat, but the new specimens that we found are intact, and the teeth don't point down like a saber-toothed cat does, but out to the side like a warthog. These bad boys were almost 8.5 feet long.
Prehistoric salmon?
Prehistoric salmon. Now that we know they pointed to the side, we think that the teeth were there probably for fighting for space to reproduce.
Probably for
So
fighting
the
for
teeth were
space
there
to swim.
to like your teeth go out the sides and you just go bat, 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 bat to hit the other salmon.
Oh, is that like why the giraffe have like the super long neck and strong neck?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I remember that's like the one thing that I took out of my biology class in college. It was like giraffes have long necks not for apples, but so that they can fight other long-necked giraffes.
These ancient salmon that lived in the warm ocean 5 million years ago were actually filter feeding, and I think that's why they got to be so big.
Wow. So then, how did they change?
Well, they went extinct.
But salmon are still here. Wait, what?
I think they're just different kinds of salmon.
It's a different.
yeah, it's just like a different
I was
species.
like, hold
of
on.
salmon.
I've been being lied to. I didn't catch a steelhead salmon.
Dude,
Wait a minute.
Fish aren't real, man.
Fish are fake.
Fish aren't
Is this
real,
like
dude.
birds?
Yeah, dude.
We just live in the
fish
Matrix,
and,
guys.
fish and birds aren't real, man.
Like, wait a minute.
These fossils were found on private land in Gateway, Oregon, a discovery that scientists say is a game changer to understanding the origins of salmon.
Well, good for them. I guess. Like, I'm assuming it got stuck in like some clay, and there. I want to know how you stumble upon this, right? Like, how do people stumble upon old dinosaur bones? How do people stumble upon? Because it's always like we just randomly found the old Troy ruins out here in present-day Italy. Like, how did that happen? I want to know how people find these things.
Well, let's see here. Gateway is not far from the Deschutes River,
Oh, the Deschutes.
the Descahooties.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to think that these salmon one time used to get into that.
Well, that makes sense, right? Because they have to get near the salt water and they come back, lay their eggs. So these are the ones that got stuck in like their version of Pompeii.
Yeah,
The salmon's Pompeii.
yeah, around like Warm Springs, which if you're a rafter, that's where you start the upper stretch of the Deschutes River.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna do that this summer.
Are you? I've whitewater rafted out there.
Me and the buddy like to do multi-day.
Are you kayak or?
No, I got a boat with an inflatable
oars?
14-inch air,
Okay.
and I got a frame and oars, and he's got one too. And we go out there for a couple days, and you just sit on the boat all day, and then you find a place to camp, and then you just get wasted, and then wake up and do it again. Sit on the boat for like 10 hours, and then just get hammered.
Nothing wrong with
Get a
that.
little fishing in there sometimes in the morning. I'm not a fisher, but the homie's a fisher.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I'm going down to Pendleton.
It's what you do fishing for, is you can just drink all day. That's the idea.
I think that's the key. Yeah, I'm going down to Pendleton. I think they've got some similar whitewater rafting and stuff like that. That'll be a summer trip. I just learned that. I didn't realize I had committed, but now I'm really excited for it.
Did you guys? I don't know if you guys talked about this yesterday at all. Did you see the winner of the 1.3 billion was announced?
We did. We talked about
Yeah.
that.
Of the
Although
Powerball?
I missed one big key point of the story. The fact that he is fighting cancer.
Oh yeah,
And that he's going to be using that money.
yeah. I mean, it'll probably take about 1.3 billion considering America's healthcare system.
Well, he only gets I think they split. Him and his wife, and then the other third person, they
The
split
threesome split.
442 mil down the middle.
I also think 3 people on a lotto ticket is real strange, man. Like, do you need a couple bucks? Like, lotto tickets aren't that expensive. Why are you going in on it with me?
Yeah, well, is it like poker where if I
Will,
give you money?
Will, if you came to
buy
me
it?
and you were like, I'm gonna buy a lotto ticket. You want in on this? I'd be like, yeah. Will you buy me one?
Yeah.
Like, why
buy
would I
your
share
own.
with you?
It's like $5, right?
Right,
They
exactly.
bought 20 of them.
Oh.
So they
What's
they
20
went.
times 5, $100.
They went. I think it cost $200 is what they said.
So it's $10 now for a lotto ticket? I don't play the lottery. Like of all the gambling things I do, I don't play the lotto.
You know, the lotto's bad for you.
There's no scratch.
but I had the Knicks +7 tonight.
Hey, right
Minus
now
7, excuse me.
35 to 28.
Weird
Shaking my
push.
hands. Checking my parlay.
Just saying. Got him at -4.
All right, that is in the news for today. We'll check back in tomorrow with some other stuff. We come back, the Hot 5 at 5, Primetime, Portland Sports Leader, 1080 The Fan.
It's time for High Stakes, a tasty look at clutch performances and the biggest games. Served up by Steakadelphia.
Out to Ingram. That came up short. Jalen Williams may have had a fingertip on it. Thunder, as a result, bring it the other way. SGA up the center of the court, crossing over, going left, bringing it back to the right, and scores on reverse.
That's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with his reverse layup. Those are 2 of his 24 points. Thunder sweep the Pelicans. And let me tell you, the Pelicans just didn't look good at all.
I know a lot of people have been saying OKC can't win it because they're too young. I'm starting to say maybe they could.
And we're going to talk about that tomorrow because I think it needs to. This High Stakes Report is brought to you by Steakadelphia, featuring authentic, crazy good cheesesteaks full of cheesy goodness. Visit Steakadelphia on 59th and Powell or their new location at Southwest 103rd and Canyon Road in Beaverton.
Hey, it's Suk. And guys, for those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that one of the most attractive physical features is a full
All right. Welcome back to Primetime. Patrick Harris, Will Ortner with you, filling in as the boys are at. We've had a wonderful couple hours here. We'll do some more tomorrow if you join us.
It'll be excellent.
It'll be excellent. Some teas coming up this hour. We'll get into, we'll talk some NBA going down tonight. Also, the new highest paid tight end in the NFL is here, and is that a good thing or a bad thing? Plus, how do you get caught cheating and no repercussions? Little dig into the club for you. This little girl thought she had monsters in her bedroom. One could argue she did.
Oh, like she actually had them under her bed?
Plus, would you stand around and watch somebody eat a gargantuan amount of food
I don't know.
in a public place?
People do that around me.
So there's a lot of fun stuff to get to in the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour.
I've never stood around people who eat a lot of food, but people have done it around me. So, I mean, I know people who would.
Shocking, Will. Shocking.
I don't do it as much anymore.
In the 3 o'clock hour, we have the poll question. Who has a better chance of winning a title? Kevin Durant or LeBron James?
It's weird. A lot of people are going KD.
Schultze, you got results for me?
Yeah, we've actually gotten quite a few votes, and it was like half and half earlier in the poll. But yeah, KD, Will is right. He's pulling ahead with a 62% lead over LeBron.
62,
with about 38.
wow. I'm not saying I'm wrong. I probably would have voted LeBron.
I voted LeBron.
But wow, that much, huh?
I wonder if it's because, one, people think that he will get out of Phoenix and find another spot to win, or if they think that he is younger than he is. Because you don't realize it. Kevin Durant, he's only got a couple years left.
Yeah.
He's only got a couple years left, and the decline is really starting. I also feel like he gets a little more praise than he really should.
I would also agree with that. So keep voting on that. We'll update all that later on as we continue. But first, now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Number 5 starts with what I watched today, the exciting sports that I woke up for, my friend.
Ooh. Cricket.
Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, leg 1 in Munich for the semifinals of the Champions League. Saw a 2-2 draw. Harry Kane with the PK, that's his favorite spot. Leroy Sané for Bayern, it was the second goal. And Vinny Jr. had 2 goals. One was a PK, but his first goal, the pass from Toni Kroos to Vinny Jr. was absolutely incredible. I know you're not the biggest soccer guy in the world, Will, but go look at Vinny Jr. highlights. He is one of the best players in the world.
I'll have to go check it out. My one thing that I can say,
Brazilian.
my one thing I can say about Bayern Munich,
4.
they stole money from me when I bet on Arsenal in the first round. So, I guess go the Munichs.
They didn't steal money from you. You were stupid to bet on.
My sources were bad. My guy I used.
So now you're gonna blame your sources.
Well, I was riding with the boys.
Where are we? There we go. The Houston Astros have decided to send veteran former MVP Jose Abreu down to the minors, guys. Jose Abreu just brought his batting average up from 0.65 to 0.99. He has an on-base percentage of 156 and a slugging percentage of 133. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody, let alone somebody I knew or a former MVP, be this garbage at baseball.
Well, I wonder if you get to a certain point where you finally get the big contract and you make all that money and you just say, you know what? I'm done. It wouldn't be the first time. Anthony Rendon did it pretty well as well.
Absolutely insane.
Number 3.
Number 3 takes us to the NHL. You know what, guys? I've actually been watching a decent amount of playoffs lately.
Some hockey talk.
Been really enjoying some of these playoffs. Now, I don't know a lot of the guys, a lot of the players, so I'm still
I gotcha.
working on that. But it sounds like Meadows isn't playing for Toronto tonight, which is not great because I'm definitely rooting against Boston.
No, Boston's going to roll that series. They dominate. It's death, taxes, and Boston beats Toronto.
Boston-Toronto, end of the first is tied 1-1. Halfway through the first on TBS, you can catch Carolina's up 2-1 on the Islanders. Later tonight, we'll have Colorado and Winnipeg, and Nashville and Vancouver at 7 o'clock. I'll probably be watching the Colorado-Winnipeg game when I'm done with this. I'm partially rooting for a Canadian team to win this year, but it sounds like it ain't going to happen.
I don't think so. That being said, this Vancouver Canuck team might be a team of destiny. They've had a lot of come-from-behind victories, especially in their last one. They're down in Nashville. They are down with 2 minutes left, 2 goals. They come back and win that one in overtime. Huge. I do have to give a shout-out to some local hockey as well, though. Your Portland Winterhawks won last night. They are up 2-1 over the Prince George Cougars in the Western Conference Finals.
Cool. Go Winterhawks.
Go Hawks.
I love going to Winterhawks games.
Dude, they're the best, and they're affordable.
Number 2 brings us to Mike Trout, maybe the best player I've ever seen play in my entire life. He is going to have knee surgery on his meniscus. This broke about a couple hours ago, and just devastating news for the Angels, for Mike Trout, and more importantly, for my stupid little baseball show, because I love Mike Trout.
Well, on the bright side, he should probably be back this year unless he decides he doesn't
shut
want
it down
to be.
Well, when they're 50 games under 500, he probably should shut it down.
I think he might be a trade deadline target. If a team could be convinced, or a team says, hey, you pass your physical, we'll trade for you, that might be a move that the Angels could do. I just don't think that Moreno will ever do it.
Does this move officially label him injury-riddled, injury-prone? I think it does.
This is the first time in my entire life that I am genuinely contemplating, is Mike Trout done? On good news, on better news, go watch Mookie Betts. Do you know he leads the American League in like every single offensive category you want? Or the National League, excuse me.
Mookie Betts is awesome. I hate it because the rest of my family is Dodger fans, and so I have to deal with their cockiness all the time.
Yeah.
But
the one World Series they've won in 30 years?
The Dodgers are so much fun to watch.
They are. I love Glass now. And number 1 leads you. We'll give you an update on the NBA right now. This Philly-New York game, although New York is pulling away, it's 44-34 with 2 minutes to go in the second, has been real chippy. And these Knicks fans are kind of chewing it up. Orlando and Cleveland just started early. Orlando up 4-2, and tonight will be Indiana-Milwaukee. Between the next 2 games, will Orlando, Cleveland, Indiana, Milwaukee, what are you more interested in watching?
Orlando, Cleveland. I feel like that is the closest playoff series we have going right now, or it's that one, or it's Dallas and LA. When you look at the Indiana one, I mean, no Dame, no Giannis, Middleton's banged up. That one feels like a foregone conclusion that it's over. This one that you have going on right now, like, it's been fun and physical between the Knicks and 76ers, but again, the Knicks are up so big in the series. I don't feel like the 76ers can come back. When you look at that Orlando-Cleveland series, it's close. Every single game feels like it could go either way, and every single game that's been at home, the home team has won. And you know a real series doesn't start until someone wins on the road, so that's got to happen soon. They've been really fun games to watch.
That's the truth. And I'm curious about, because, I mean, Cleveland a couple of years ago was like a really fun up-and-coming team, and then they snagged Donovan Mitchell. It doesn't seem like it's working.
He also doesn't feel like he wants to be there, which is so weird because, like, when you look at a guy, if you look at their bigs, Jarrett Allen is going to do all the dirty work. He's going to score at a high efficiency, and he's going to go get every rebound that you need. He plays good defense. Mobley, with his length and athleticism, he presents so many problems, but he doesn't feel like he's reached his true potential. And then for every good Donovan Mitchell game, you're going to get an average to a below average one. It's an interesting series. And then with Orlando, you have a team that feels like it's a year or 2 ahead, and they're just here because they play hard-nosed good defense.
I know. I wish Orlando's the team that I wish wasn't as good as they are now. It's like OKC. It's like, if you guys were just bad for one more year, I know this draft is currently being panned as the worst. I heard Andy and Brandon this morning, the worst draft of all time. I don't know if it's
Draft-mageddon.
Like, I've seen bad drafts.
It's bad.
We don't know yet because none of these guys have played in the NBA yet. But even with a down draft year, if you could have one more year to get one more young stud in there, I'd be really excited. But I think the story of the playoffs so far for me is kind of, watching Orlando and watching
Cleveland.
Oklahoma City
Yeah.
because of watching these young teams and seeing what they are. Cleveland, I kind of, to finish this point, and then we'll get out of here. This Cleveland team, I'm not enjoying it.
Right.
Like, I enjoyed it, and then they got Donovan Mitchell, and I was like, this is going to be crazy. I'm going to be all about this. And I'm just kind of, it's just kind of boring. At least
they're good enough to where you are going to care and you're going to make the playoffs, but they're not good enough to be a championship team. They're not young enough to where you go, what could they turn into?
Right.
But they're not old enough to where they had the success like the Lakers or like Golden State to be like, well, I'm going to watch them because they have all these stars. They're the perfect middle ground team where just good enough to make the playoffs, might win a series, might not, but you're not going to see them in a conference finals, let alone an NBA finals.
Yeah, and Donovan Mitchell's going to force his way to New York somehow. I just know it. Like, why go to Cleveland in the first place? Why don't you just go to New York? I'm so confused. Anyway, all right, let's continue this conversation. What's going on in this? I want to talk a little Indiana basketball and the current state of the Milwaukee Bucks. Is this a positive or is this a negative for them? We got a loaded third hour. Don't go anywhere. That's Will Ortner. I'm Patrick Harris. Jordan Schultz behind the glass. Primetime, 1080 The Fan. wild to think about doing this show, Will, which, it's good to see you, by the way. I love doing shows with you.
It's a lot of fun, man. I always have a great time.
Is never in my life would I think I'd be talking this much basketball on a show.
Well, and also be genuinely excited.
Yeah.
About talking this much basketball.
I think people that know me know I struggle with the NBA from time to time.
Right. Well, I think most people do.
Yeah, right? I'm not the only one in this, right?
Like, I think if you're a casual NBA fan, this is kind of the part of the season where you start paying attention. And I know that makes people mad. Like, I know it drives Sprague up the wall.
Well, well, he's a hooper, though.
Right. But if you're a casual NBA fan, you really don't start paying attention because you kind of know where everyone's going to end up, barring a crazy injury or some weird trades. But the NBA, like, Boston's going to be in the mix. You know
Portland's not.
Right. And so you don't need to tune in and night out because you know for the most part what you're going to get.
It almost sounds like you're saying this is turning into a little Stanley Cup-esque.
Well,
because I see hockey throughout the year only because there's a place I like to drink at that always plays hockey because a lot of people that go in there, a lot of the regulars are big hockey fans. And I don't really care. There'll be hockey on one TV, baseball on another, so I don't really care. But I will watch more games and be more intrigued when it comes to playoffs for hockey. I'm wondering if the NBA is turning into that for me as well.
I think it's an oversaturation thing.
I'm actually going to turn on a hockey game right now.
There you go. Well, I think it's an oversaturation thing because football is perfect. Your team plays one game a week.
That's why I always say fantasy football is for suckers. You want to play a real fantasy sport? Come play fantasy baseball.
Right.
I got to do that every single day.
Well, and there's games every single day. Like for football, on Saturday and Sunday, on Saturday your college team's playing, on Sunday your pro team is playing, and you're paying attention and you're locked in. But the rest of the week, you can go do other things, you can hang out with friends, you can do all these other stuff. When it comes to the NBA, 82 games is a lot.
It's a lot.
And
that's coming from a guy that watches 162.
162 is a lot. Like, you're expected to sit down and watch a baseball game in the middle of May. Like, how much does that one game matter for the postseason? So I feel like a lot of people don't start tuning in until you're about 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way almost done with your year, because that's when it's like, okay, like I really need to lock in. Where's my team at for this? Where's my team at for that? I don't really think that it's it's like, oh, I'm bored with the game. It's just there's so many games that you don't really need to lock in until the end, where in football, you have a finite number of games, and literally a win or a loss in September for football can be the difference between your team going to the playoffs and going to a big time bowl or being left out in the cold.
We were talking about Mike Trout earlier. Or no, we were talking about the Mariners in the 4:00 hour.
Right.
And if they'd be willing to trade one of those new hot young Lamborghinis they've got trotting out there every 5 days for a bat. And I kind of was mentioning it all depends on what top dudes are going to be available that aren't on contending teams. And I think that's kind of where we are now in basketball is Dame was like the last one. Bradley Beal was kind of one of the last ones. Like, how many stars are on bad teams that are available?
Well, and I also
think
the
Warriors don't make the playoffs, but Draymond's not available. Steph's not available.
No, but I also
Andrew Wiggins isn't available.
I also think with those teams too, like there's a move away from the super team. Like
where are those guys coming from? I guess is what I'm saying.
Right. So let's find a big name this trade this offseason is going to be Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson.
Okay. Great point.
Those are going to be big possible trades. You also forget that in Paris, all these guys are going to be playing together.
Yeah, we saw what that happened last time in China.
Right. So this is where they like to mix and mingle and, hey, where can we go play with this? Where can we go play with that? Can we team up together?
Yeah, is DeMar DeRozan available?
Right.
Is Trae Young available?
And so these trades are going to be available, but I wonder if NBA GMs and teams in general, owners, start moving away from it unless it makes sense. Like, if you're Phoenix and you said you could trade Devin Booker, but you could trade Booker for a point guard. And I don't know what point guard would fit into a trade where you could get Devin Booker, right? Like, let's just say a hypothetical, you could get like a younger version of a Mike Conley, right? You could get a true facilitator, right? Like Halliburton.
I love older point guards on young teams.
Right.
Like I love Mike Conley.
Like if you could trade away Devin Booker and pair him with a point guard that fits and he can pass the ball and he can facilitate to that team,
Like
would an
maybe
owner,
like a De'Aaron Fox.
right? Like
Yeah.
or Darius Garland.
Yeah.
Would a team make that move? Like, is it a sexy enough move for Matt Ishbia to be like, yes, I'm going to pull the trigger and trade away one of my better players, even though that would be better for the team? Whereas he could, like this offseason, where he traded away Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton so that he could get Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal was worse for the team, but it was also better for his bottom line because now everyone's excited because you have these 3 stars. So,
but you can't tell me that Ayton wouldn't have been in a better situation for Phoenix this year had they kept him.
I think the irony is Chris Paul would have been the best thing that they could have
Chris
had.
Paul and Ayton with a healthy Durant and Booker might have been a way better situation than what they got going right now. What do you want?
Right.
Do you want Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker? Or do you want Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, DeAndre Ayton, and me in the 4 hole?
Right. Well, and with Chris Paul, like obviously Chris Paul is old, but you could use him in a lesser role during the season.
Hey, and let's not beat around the bush here. Yusuf Nurkic was garbage.
But that's what Nurk
I'm not
is.
to pile on him, but like he had some time during the season where he looked like maybe he was new home, new look, new phone, who dis, that it might be good for him. But in the playoffs, just atrocious.
Right. And so I wonder with the NBA, there's like a belief like you got to tune in during trade time. You got to tune in at the beginning of the season because everyone's usually a little bit excited for the first couple
everybody's
games.
sport, you're hyped about the beginning.
Right. And then, I mean, it's the age-old joke, but you tune in right after the Super Bowl or right around the NBA All-Star break. Like whichever one comes first, that's when you tune in. And it's because the season is too long. You have 82 games. It's a lot to ask a casual fan to watch 82 games when you pretty much know what's probably going to happen.
Knicks are up 49-43 at halftime over the Sixers, and I can't decide if this is a good thing or not. Jalen Brunson and Maxey both with 15 points leading their teams. New York Knicks fans have been awoken, have they not?
Well, Jalen Brunson is so funny because he is like the one weird example where he gets signed in free agency, way overpaid.
Way overpaid.
Way overpaid for what he had done in Dallas. Do you know how many 30-point games he had in Dallas? 3. He had 3 30-point games. Most people were talking him as being one of the best 3s, a really decent 2 in the NBA. And he has turned into being probably on that second tier list of 1s.
Yeah.
Like he's not a superstar, but he's pretty damn close.
Yet.
Right. And so I wonder, he also fits that team perfect. Like he's gritty.
Yeah,
he gets to where he wants to be, but he's not flashy.
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, oh God, Knicks fans, this is going to be brutal. But Jalen Brunson is like a motor that just churns down the court, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can Knicks fans not be obnoxious and just love that style, or are we just inevitably going to get obnoxious Knicks fans?
No, because it's New York. You can't be in New York and not be obnoxious. Like that's their
not
bit.
fair.
The Yankees are obnoxious. When the Giants are good, they're obnoxious. When the Mets are good, they're obnoxious. New York fans are just obnoxious, so you're going to get obnoxious fans. That being said, I love watching Knicks games. And that's the irony because most of the time when you talk about loving watching NBA games, it's because the high-flying action, look at all the acrobatic dunks, the blocks, Ant Edwards, he's electric because at any moment on any side of the floor, he can make a big play. Jalen Brunson just wears you down, and he's in that Thibodeau offense and defensive style of just grind it out and go slow, but find your spots and make your shots. His second quarter, whenever he wanted to get to the top of the key, he was going to get to the top of the key. And then as soon as the 76ers decide to double him or get some help defense, he finds the open man and they hit the 3. New York's fun to watch. Are they good enough to win a title? No, probably not.
Are they good enough to go to the Eastern Conference Finals?
I think so.
Wow.
Because, like, think about it. So when you look
Poor RJ Barrett.
Well, because Boston is going to beat Miami, and so they're going to play the 4-5, which that is Cleveland, Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that whichever team they go against, they're going to win, right? When you look at New York, they're going to play Indiana. Indiana's offense, fantastic. Their defense is atrocious. Milwaukee didn't have Middleton, Dame, or Giannis. And Dame and Giannis for most of the game. Middleton gets hurt in the game. And that game was still close in game 4 when they went up 3-1.
If it's Pacers-Knicks, I'm going to lose my ass, my friend. I grew up as a diehard Reggie Miller fan, and I hated the Knicks simply because winner of Pacers-Knicks in the playoffs got to lose to Michael in the Eastern Conference Finals. We did it every year. Every year.
And then the 2 years that Michael wasn't there, they got to go lose to Olajuwon.
Yeah. And then after Michael left again, they would go to the finals and lose to Shaq and Kobe.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a cycle that keeps on giving. Now they get to lose to Boston.
So if it's Indiana, New York in a series, like 10-year-old Patrick's going to be real excited.
Yeah. And I think that's what it's going to be. When I look at this New York Knicks team, they are good enough to do that. And then do they beat Boston? No, probably not. But you don't know how long Kristaps is out. And
That's
with
true.
that defense and Boston's propensity to have games where they just don't hit a single three-pointer, why couldn't they get it into a 2-2 going into game 5?
Wait, are we just assuming that Milwaukee's losing tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. They're dead.
God, if they could have one more game, if they could get Giannis back for one game, they could be anything.
If only they had a good defensive point guard.
Only they had a good defensive point guard. Boston's got a good one.
Yeah. Maybe they should trade for Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday's great. All right, we come back. Enough about this basketball garbage. Travis Kelce got the bag.
Ooh.
Is the bag too big? Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, 3 more first-round NBA playoff games happening tonight. At the half, the New York Knicks trying to eliminate the Sixers from the playoffs, lead 49-43. Tyrese Maxey and Jalen Brunson both with 15 points in that one. Just about 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter in Cleveland. The Cavaliers lead the Magic 21-17. Darius Garland so far with 8 points for Cleveland. And then at 6:30, sans Dame and Giannis, you got the Milwaukee Bucks trying to survive against the Indiana Pacers. They are down 3-1 in that series. The Pacers a 4.5-point favorite. Tip-off for that one at 6:30 on TNT. Los Angeles Clippers forward Kawhi Leonard already being ruled out for Game 5 tomorrow against the Mavericks with a knee injury. And in baseball, the Seattle Mariners red hot, winning 4 of their last 5 and sitting in first place in the AL West. Hosting the Atlanta Braves again tonight with Ronaldo Lopez and Luis Castillo on the bump. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Root Sports. Bad news for the Angels. Mike Trout has a torn meniscus in his left knee. He's going to need surgery. The team says there is no timetable for his return, but they hope he could still be back at some point this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Save the date. The 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic presented by Autotown GMC at Langdon Farms Golf Club will tee off on Thursday, July 11th. Keep it on the Fan for details. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
High drive left field. We've got a Mariners win. Nick Scarver out of the depths comes up huge. And the Mariners win this game 2-1.
That's our boy Sims up there on Root Sports. Mitch Garver, one half of the Mitch Witch, with a walk-off 2-run shot over the Braves. That's a 2-1 victory. Game 1 of their 3-game series tonight is Game 2 is tonight at T-Mobile Park. Luis Castillo on the bump.
That's huge. If the Mariners can go out and take 2 or 3 from Atlanta,
Big.
It's gigantic.
Atlanta's still projected the best team in baseball.
Right, and they didn't waste a great Bryce Miller game.
Right.
That's gigantic. Have to win those ones.
Castillo's got to throw hot because Lopez is throwing well too. Power up your spring battery at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT-10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase in April. Online at batteryexchange.com.
This April, spring into something new at your local Crunch gym. Hey, it's Suk for Crunch Fitness. Crunch's 35th birthday is this month, and they're offering just 35 cents to enroll and your first month free now through April 30th. And with membership starting as low as $9.99 per month, there's no reason not to join. And they've got everything you need to get moving, like heavy weights, miles of cardio.
For you in the club hours, so stick around for that. Plus, you ain't cheating if you ain't trying. I mean, you ain't trying, you ain't cheating. Yeah.
I was always told not to cheat.
You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
We have this old saying in Tennessee. Maybe it's in Arkansas. You can't get fooled again.
We don't get fooled again. But first, I want to say the Chiefs give tight end Travis Kelce a significant raise in a new 2-year deal, $34.25 million, $17 million fully guaranteed this season, and the rest of it is guaranteed on the third day of the 2025 league year. My question is, now Travis Kelce is worth more than this to the Kansas City Chiefs because of the Tay-Tay stuff and his jersey sales and his commercials and his celebrity status.
Right.
Is this the end of him?
Yes.
These are the last 2 years.
Yeah, well, so this contract extension will go all the way through 2027. He will retire, in my eyes, somewhere between this season and 2027. He's going to be, 35, I believe, at some point through this year, so that puts him at the end of the contract at 37, 38. He's already started to lose a step. It was very clear this year he lost a step. What people don't give him enough credit for, because when they see him and they see his personality, they think, oh, big dumb football player, big dumb jock, guys running around hanging out.
No, that's the Rob Gronkowskis of the world. That's our jock bro.
He's actually one of the smartest football players.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the age-old thing. I don't even bring this up. We all know this. He played quarterback in high school.
Right.
That's why he's so good out in the flat, because he knows where a quarterback's looking for him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Half the time, he's not running the right route. What he's doing is he knows the defense and he runs to the open spot.
There are no routes for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so what they're doing, and I think it's really smart, you overpay for him a little bit at the end of his career. It's smart because this shows other veterans that you are willing to overpay if you think, as a franchise, that player is going to help you in the long run. But then also you're paying him a little bit on the back end for the success he had before and for staying loyal to the franchise. The other thing that you're doing is you're going to have a lot of very, very young wide receivers. Rice is very young. He's going into his second year. You just drafted Worthy. He's going to be a rookie, right? Sky Moore's only been in the league a couple of years. Even Kadarius Toney, who has been atrocious.
The whipping boy.
He's been there. He's been in the NFL for 3 years, right? So you have all these young
wide. A lot of room to grow there.
You have a lot of young wide receivers. Use Travis Kelce, arguably the greatest tight end to ever play the sport. Let him impart some of his wisdom on these players on how to find open spots, how to find open places for the quarterback to hit you with the ball. Now, he's not going to be able to help you catch the ball or what to do with the football after you've caught it, but I do think that you can still learn a lot from Travis Kelce at that wide receiver position, even though it's a slightly different position. And if Travis Kelce wins one more Super Bowl, we are really talking about him being the greatest tight end of ever.
I think the only thing you're right. I'm giggling because it's like, oh my God, if that guy wins another Super Bowl,
he'd be my bet. Like if you had to put money on it right now, I give you $100, Patrick, and I said you have to gamble this on a team to win the Super Bowl. Are you picking any other team?
No. Then I got to listen to the Mahomes, Brady stuff.
It's gonna come. It's gonna keep coming.
Stuff.
But you're also
I like to say stuff.
You're also seeing though what truly is the first iteration of Mahomes having to go from one type of team to another.
Yeah, that is true. And that's a whole different conversation. I think what concerns me the most about this deal is, and I know, you gotta love Mahomes for this, that he is willing to restructure and move some money around to make sure we can get guys. I just know that they are gonna find themselves in cap nightmare.
Yep.
And Travis Kelce might be a reason for that. And you don't want to see this happen where day one into the 2025 league year or 2027 league, 2025 league year, he is cut. I don't want to see it end that way because they realize they're in cap nightmare.
I also don't think it can end
because that's like the most NFL thing in the world.
Yeah,
our beloved greatest tight end of all time. Yeah, we cut him.
Yeah, but I don't think that happens in this situation because there's a lot of times that players are beloved or players play for a long time, but Bobby Wagner last year, albeit very, very good in Seattle, it's very clear that he has lost a step.
Yeah, he's
tackles that used to be tackles for a loss are now tackles where the guy gets 3 or 4 yards. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Going backwards instead of forwards now.
Right. There's a place for that still in the NFL, and that's why he's going to keep getting 1-year deals, but he's not Bobby Wagner of old. But you know what the Seahawks didn't do? They didn't cut him, right? How often do you see someone so instrumental in your success to this degree get cut? It's a lot of times where it's, hey, they were really good for a 2-year period, and then they got hurt, and then they got cut. Travis Kelce, they're going to let him retire. It's the same thing as Jason. Jason didn't really take a step back, but if Jason had came back this year,
we would have seen a decline.
And exactly, there would have been a decline. But you're not going to cut him. They're not going to get rid of him in that way. They're going to let him ride it out, and then they're going to strongly imply that he should retire at the end of the offseason.
Travis Kelce, the greatest greatest tight end of all time.
He's in the conversation.
I mean, I love Tony Gonzalez. Antonio Gates was a monster. And let's not forget the physical, absolute specimen that Rob Gronkowski is. That guy, if that guy's not on steroids, I am shocked. That dude is a freak. Do y'all remember how good Aaron Hernandez was?
You can make the argument.
Dude, I liked him more than Gronk.
I was gonna say you can make the argument at tight end he was more instrumental. Rob was a better blocker.
Yes.
Aaron Hernandez and what they could do with Aaron,
deadly.
Well, I wouldn't be Jesus. I wouldn't be surprised if Belichick dropped those rumors himself.
What's that?
I wouldn't be surprised if Belichick dropped the rumors about all of that bad stuff about Hernandez coming out before the draft himself. I mean, I know he was already on
foil hats. I like it.
Well, he was already taken off of some teams' draft boards, but he was probably still on the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Raiders, teams that really don't care about character traditionally. And
I like tinfoil hat.
Yeah, I think that one of those 3 guys probably sent a couple of messages out there and got some headlines. Well, look who dropped to him.
When you look at Travis Kelce's yardage, all-time tight ends, he is 4th. He is 500 yards away from Antonio Gates at 11,841.
He was just shy of 1,000 this year.
He is a little under 2,000 yards away from Witten. Probably not getting. Maybe he would. Tony Gonzalez, he's 4,000 away from.
Tony's one.
Tony is one. Tony has him beat. Guess how many games played he has more. Tony has more than Travis.
35.
110.
Get out of here.
Whoa. Tony Gonzalez, 270 games
Dude,
played.
He played till he was like 40.
Travis Kelce has 159 games played.
See, the only reason I think Travis could break that is because Pat's thrown to him.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's nice when you got that guy chucking.
That's so insane.
So maybe what you're telling me is that he is a bargain.
That's right.
He's actually a bargain.
You're telling me I can get this guy at this age for this amount of money, $17 million a year? I'm taking it.
Yeah, plus his girlfriend too.
They're gonna make all that and then some. If they can get
Dude, if they
Taylor
split, do you
Swift
think
to
he
show up-
sucks at football?
What if he gets better? He has like a career resurgence.
He catches like 3,000 yards.
He's like, I will not
65
leave.
touchdowns, 3,000 yards.
He's like, she might be the best singer of her era, but I will make damn sure I am the best tight end of all time era.
Whoa.
Ever.
Back it up.
Money wise.
Maybe best entertainer of their era.
That's a better.
Yeah, I've heard chicks at the karaoke bar that hit better notes. Hell,
Here come-
Schultze hits better female notes than Taylor Swift.
Here come the Swifties.
All right.
Swifties get Patrick.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm almost 40. Open Seggy next. Primetime, 10A The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
2025 three-star offensive line recruit Sandman Thompson has decommitted from the Ducks. Not surprising to see more three-stars leave the program, as Dan Lanning says, those aren't enough stars. I want more stars.
Isn't that a crazy thing? Like, if I told you in the Chip Kelly era, like, hey, guess what? 3 stars aren't going to be good enough to
Dude,
come
Wazoo
here.
will take your 3 stars all day.
You'd be pretty jacked up about it. It's crazy what they've built in Eugene.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt. There's the meme out there. If it's not playoff Jimmy, it's playoff
No hot corner this evening, as I am not quite interested in doing 6 hours straight of radio. But there is hot corner every single Tuesday. Freudian slips. Every single Tuesday from 7 to 9. Myself and Joe Fisher with Jordan on the ones and twos. A quick thing before we get into this cheating stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you go on to if you ever need reasons as to why baseball sucks, this is it. Okay. The top 2 stories on ESPN.com are about Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, and neither of them are good stories. And neither of them play together anymore. Like,
is it Shohei more interpreter news?
Yeah, his money went to a bookie via casino. I don't know. Like, who cares? Like, funneled to a bookie via Las Vegas casino. Yeah, I don't really know.
So, what? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's just more of just revealing what Ipe was into. But what the more important story here is the top 2 stories on ESPN.com are Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, and neither of them are good things.
It's unfortunate.
Nobody hates baseball more than baseball.
Yeah, but like at least on the bright side, like with Mike Trout, like it's an injury. You can't really do anything about that. It's not like he was gambling and then like in the midst of like a gamble, he was mad that he was losing and he jumped up and down and tore his meniscus. It wasn't like he was playing Dance Dance Revolution with Greg Oden and at the same time they both jacked up their knees.
I suppose that's true. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, well, if it bleeds, it leads, and it definitely bleeds in a surgery.
Definitely bleeds. A funny thing, the University of Georgia Bulldogs were playing Texas A&M in a baseball. And, well, this guy, Christian Rachna came out of the bullpen, 6'5", 220, threw 30 pitches, 23 of them for strikes in the last 2 innings of a 5-4 win. There is a video of him posted by Barstool Texas A&M. Shows him working on his glove in a corner. He's like bent down.
And he's like really
in this corner
yeah.
doing something and you can't really see. But he's got like 2 fingers on it. I would think if you are working on your glove to be like broken in, why are you crouched down in a corner, amigo?
Right. Like when I
you can sit on the dugout bench and do that.
Also, like when I first saw it, I kind of was thinking,
I thought he was peeing.
I thought he was peeing.
Yeah.
Because that's how you hide it when you have to go to the bathroom in a game. Like that's, But the other thing, why are you doing, like even, let's say he wasn't cheating. Let's take
find
his
the
word.
reasons how he didn't cheat.
Right? Like let's take his word for it. He wasn't cheating. He really was working in his glove. Why would you do it right there where everybody can see? Why wouldn't you do that on the dugout so that no one would know?
Go into the locker room.
And if you are cheating, I don't want to do any criminal activities with you. You did it right there in the open.
Yeah,
it's
dude.
almost like you went up to a police officer and said, "Hey, I'm going to go rob this bank," and then walked in to rob the bank. Like the town would be a horrible movie. Joe Mazzulla would hate it.
Yes.
If Ben Affleck got out of the bus and was like, "We're going to rob this bank now," and then walked in and robbed the bank. It wouldn't be hard to figure out who did it.
No, it wouldn't. Also, it led me to believe, like, everybody's cheating in baseball, right? I guess I never thought about college players cheating in baseball. Of course they are.
You don't really...
Baseball's built for cheating.
You don't really think about college baseball.
I really don't.
Like, you really don't until everyone's in Omaha.
I still don't.
I'll watch Omaha. Omaha's fun. It was a great little PlayStation.
I meet some people
game?
every once in a while, and they're like, you have podcasts? No, radio. That still exists? Yes, that still exists.
You gonna get upgraded to a podcast?
What do you? It is podcasted.
Yeah.
What do you guys talk about on your radio show? It's mostly baseball. And they're like, oh, sick. Do you ever talk college baseball at all? And I go, do they play with metal bats? And they go, yeah. And I go, no, we never talk about it.
No, we're not gonna.
I can't handle it, dude. It's like it's the sound of the bat and the ball is a very sacred sound to me.
Right.
It is something that you know what that is,
Mm-hmm.
and the ping is really absolutely brutal.
Well, the hard part is college basketball works and college football works because as soon as they're done with college, for the most part, they go into the pros and play right away.
Sure.
If you are done in college baseball, you're probably still not in the pros for at least another 2 years.
Right.
Sometimes 3. And most of the best players don't go to college baseball. They just go straight into the MLB farm system.
Like Bryce.
Right. Or like they play like a year or 2 of junior college ball to bump up their draft stock so they can get drafted higher. Because if you go to a Georgia, an Alabama, Oregon State, you can't get drafted for 3 years. You have to wait till you're 21. So most of the best players just go right into the MLB. So why would I care about someone who probably isn't one of the better players? If he does end up making it, I'm not going to even know who he is until he's 27 or 28 because he's going to wait till he's 22, 23, 24 to graduate and then spend 2 or 3 years in the farm system.
What if I told you this guy was throwing 95? Does that make you think he was cheating?
But doesn't everybody throw 95?
Not really, man. Velocity's
What
kind of
was
down.
his spin rate? If you told me that his curveball all of a sudden broke like 12 inches when it normally breaks 8, I'd be like, yeah, he's cheating. I need spin rate. I need like the real nerds to come out and be like, this is what happened. His velocity went up because the ball was rotating 2 or 3 more times on its axis.
Ooh, Texas A&M, number 1 team in the nation.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says. Number
Good for the Aggies?
1.
Do you think they're really excited about it down at College Station?
No, they don't care about anything. They just want football. The manager of Texas A&M, Jim Schlossnagle, I am not lying.
Wow.
Schlossnagle said in a text to the Associated Press when they asked him if he was putting a foreign substance on the ball, he goes, certainly appears that way. It's part of the game. Wish we would have caught it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Are you going to retroactively
I know,
get
no,
it?
but I like that the manager's like, well, that's on me. I should have caught him cheating.
Right, like because like you can't go back and prove it now.
No.
So he kind of gets away with it, and then you just watch. You'll also know if he's cheating because now, guess what he won't do? He won't cheat unless he's a moron.
Over under he cheats.
Not right away.
Yeah, not right away.
At least a couple days he will not cheat. It's like when you get in trouble for stealing cookies at home. You get away with the first one, then all of a sudden you start hearing mom and dad being like, hey, I feel like there were more cookies in the cookie jar than before. Where did all these cookies go? You wait a couple hours before you take the next cookie.
Yeah, my mom never knew that a $20 bill was just missing out of her wallet. So strange. I was just going to say something. I totally spaced there. Oh, I really love watching players get ejected for illegal foreign substance. I don't know why, but I think it's really great.
You want the pat down searches back?
I do. I always think about, and I think about it very fondly, when that umpire walked up to Michael Pineda when he was in the Yankees, and he had the pine tar.
And it was clearly glistening. Clearly a different color.
The pine tar he thought was just the same color as his skin, and the ump just touches his neck, looks at it, and then just...
Bye.
Just the look on his face, too. Pineda's.
Yeah.
Just the
He's
lips
like,
pursed out. Like,
how did they catch me?
And the ump so calmly just rubs it between his fingers and then just, dude, you're out of here.
I wonder if he was like looking back on the film and he like watches the game. He's like, how did they catch me? Oh, it's like when you got something in your teeth, you look at your buddy like, hey, is there something in my... Like, no, dude, you're good. Go talk to the girl. You're fine.
Busted.
Hey, Derek Jeter, is my neck look normal?
Hey, Capitan, do I look okay?
You're
over here?
fine.
All right, coming up in the club hour, this girl thinks she has monsters in her room. Plus, how long are you willing to sit around and watch somebody eat food? And also drunken escapades in the forest. We'll see how much of that we get to. But we're done with sports, okay? We've had enough sports.
Bye, sports.
So we are now moving on. It's the club hour, Primetime. 10A The Fan. That's next.
Hey, it's Rob. A lot of us put off writing big checks for things like new windows because we just don't want to do it. It's spring cleaning time, though, at Window Nation, and right now would be a great time to get out
could do without them.
I actually don't know if I have any digital clocks. I mean, I guess the microwave.
I have
the
no
oven.
watches.
I also do not have watches.
I'm anti-watch. I think we don't talk enough about the watch dying.
You think the watch is dying because of the phone?
I think the watch is dying. I don't think as many people wear watches anymore. There's no need to really. Or like the people that do, they don't wear your traditional watch. You wear like an Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Because you can do the phone things, but on your wrist.
So the Rolly is dying, is what you're saying.
The Rolly will never die, but your $20 logo.
Casio?
Yeah, that thing's dead. I wanted to say like G-Shock, but I don't know if G-Shock's
Yeah, you
dying.
see all the rich people out there wearing like the Apple Watch Pro, which is like the $1,000 or $2,000 version of the Apple Watch.
They have a $1,000 version of a watch?
I don't want an Apple Watch on my phone.
I had an Apple Watch.
I have a phone.
It broke. I didn't take care of it. It's just done. I don't like things on my wrist.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got married 2 years ago, and this wedding ring is the first piece of jewelry that I've ever worn, really.
Yeah.
I don't wear necklaces. I don't wear bracelets, watches. I don't have anything pierced.
Right.
It's just, I don't know, not me.
I'm the same way. Like, I wanted to be a necklace guy, but then I bought a Mr. T style necklace, and it was sick, but I looked ridiculous. I couldn't pull it off.
Yeah.
I'm not a necklace guy.
I think in middle school we rocked the Old Navy dog tags.
You had some dog
You're
tags?
too young for that.
Yeah, well, I remember there was a couple guys. Usually
There
they
was a
wore
fad.
camo cargo pants.
We definitely had cargo shorts.
They would wear the fake dog tag. Another big one is usually for my surfer bros or bros that would be surfers if they lived in California. The puka shell necklace.
Ooh, the puka.
Yeah.
I think I attempted the puka for a summer.
I think everyone
Only
at
one?
one point had
Yeah.
to. Yeah,
That was like a 5-year thing for me.
Yeah,
You
not
kidding
me. I think I tried it, but just stopped because I couldn't wear the necklace.
Yeah.
It's just, it wasn't the puka. It was just, I just couldn't wear a necklace.
Yeah, I wasn't that way. The only one I wore for an extended period of time was the fight. Like early elementary or late elementary, early middle school, Will Ortner, you had a fightin' or two. And you had the twist one, you had the non-twist
You had a
one.
Fightin'?
A fightin'. Do you remember fightins? All the baseball pitchers used to wear 'em.
Fightin'.
It was like a necklace, and then the story was like
Fighttin'.
I think it's actually PH. It's like PHITEN. And all of the pitchers had them in baseball. All the baseball players had them. It was a whole thing. You could get the Mariner specific.
Oh,
fightin'.
yeah. I think some of these, they would put like magnets in them.
And the
it,
claim,
like meant to like
Yep.
get your chi going.
It was supposed to help you. Like the claim was it would get you centered and you'd be in your right state of mind. And no one had ever performed the way that they performed, until they got the fighting. And then once you got the fighting, you were the best you'd ever been. And then in reality, it was just a piece of garbage that you overpaid for.
Interesting.
I loved the fighting.
Fightin's Aqua Titanium Technology Tornado Necklace.
I think
$40 on Amazon.
I think I had the wristband too.
A wristband?
I think there was a wristband
Dude, I
fight.
totally know what you're talking about. Oh wow, they've got pictures of Cole Hamels and Curtis Granderson.
I'm pretty sure Felix had one, and as soon as he got one, it was like, "Yep, I'm getting
one. I'm getting one."
Fightins were sick.
How is this any different than like wearing jewelry with like crystals that you buy at the beach?
Oh yeah, aren't crystals
Isn't that kind of like
supposed
the
to do
same
something?
thing? Now, did we
Crystals
just
are
realize that a fightin' and a crystal bracelet is the same?
Well, they're all dumb. You just like bought into the fad for a minute. You know, like you wearing a fightin' was cool, and then you told yourself that it was actually good for your health to have it.
Well, my
because
grandma
helped
thought it was
you.
cool wearing that crystal necklace I got her at the beach for $10.
Right, but it's the same thing. It's like, this is sick, I should do this. And then like 2 months later, you're like, yeah, that wasn't that sick. In the Fightin's case, it was like 2 years later. It's like, yeah, it was dumb.
Magnets, how do they work? Well,
I think that's a question for Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad.
I don't know what that is.
There's a scene, he yells magnets. They use a magnet to steal something or turn something off. I can't remember the whole deal.
I didn't watch the show.
It's a good show. You should totally watch it. They don't wear Fightins.
Spoiler alert. There's probably a lot of spoilers from that show.
I think Jesse.
But a big one. No fightings.
No fightings. I think Jesse wears a necklace. Guarantee Walter White wears an old garbage wristwatch.
I still can't fathom, the getting magnets to like your chi.
I don't know why we thought it worked. Patrick, there are people out there that think that they're jerks because of the time of year they were born.
I think it's just because.
Oh, that's true. Like astrology and stuff?
Yes.
Someone was trying to sell something, you guys. That's all.
But
The whole magnets
we
thing is
bid on
foolish.
it. It worked.
Everybody's trying to sell something.
It worked.
Everybody's trying to sell something.
Yeah.
Even Dante DiVincenzo is trying to sell something.
He's
I'm not buying, but
he's a serviceable player.
I did notice that Steph Curry in his offseason interview with TNT during the playoffs, he's sitting there wearing his Steph hat, his Steph shirt. It's like, I hope to God no one's buying this. You've got endorsements. You've got $50 million salaries. You don't need a line of clothes for people to go support you. But, oh, it's SC gear. Nobody needs to pay for that.
I guarantee you that those are getting bought.
That is so sad to me. Stop it. Spend your money anywhere else. He doesn't need more of it.
Coming in on the Vancouver Ford text line, 503-864-6326. I was a 1970s kid. I had a moon ring shaped like an apple.
Also had a mood ring. Was not shaped like an apple.
I would die to get to, if I was this person, I would do anything in my power to try to get one of those back.
Those are awesome.
My problem is mood rings were always purple. Like, they always just turned purple for me.
It's just a body heat thing, right?
Yeah, well, they were supposed to be like, are you mad or happy or sad? And mine were just.
Are you
black.
describing moods?
That's what it was supposed to do.
Is that why they're called mood rings?
That's what I thought it was. At least that's what I was told.
You guys
Are
have
you telling
heard
us a lie?
the song by Reliant K, Mood Rings, right?
No.
Oh, my God.
I haven't even
Isn't
heard
that
the
a
band.
Christian band?
I don't.
They were Christian. They kind of went secular like Switchfoot did back in the day. So.
Switchfoot, I know that band.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I don't know these bands.
No, but they made a song called Mood Rings, and it was like, describing all the moods of. It was girls wearing them, so I think the song got canceled. But you catch my drift.
You guys probably don't understand the silly band era.
Silly band?
Yeah, so they were bands that you would wear on your wrist, and then you'd take it off, and it would look like a dinosaur or like a tiger or whatever.
Wow.
Godzilla.
That bunch of that is in the Pacific Ocean right now, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
That and the anti-breast cancer stuff, the I Heart Booby bracelets.
Oh, the Live Strong, stuff like that.
Live Strong. I had a Live Strong.
Everybody had a Live Strong.
Well, remember, I mean, it was there
Lance
to
was
block
the American
out the sun.
hero.
It was going to block out the sun.
Yeah, Lance was the American hero, dude. He was going to take us to the promised land.
It's going to keep you from getting cancer.
Yeah. Get back on the bike, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got other things you can do too, but like, the bike really helped me. It really helped get those roids just pulsating through my body when I needed them. Those extra red blood cells just.
That's right.
I got back on the bike
EPO.
and it was just amazing.
It was-
I felt so good.
It was weird. Cancer could not stop me.
I actually really want to do that sometime just to see how it feels. Like, do I just feel great?
Steroids?
No. To like, when they take the red blood cells out of you, they take your blood out of you and they put the red blood cells back into you the next day after you've had time to regenerate. So you're just like amped on red blood cells. That's the cycling. What do they call it? The doping.
Is that not?
basically.
That's the blood doping. I was gonna say. Well,
that's blood doping.
I think I've kind of done that. So like I've had PRP, which is they take your blood out, they put it into a thing, they spin it, and then they take the plasma and re-inject the plasma into you, and it helps with healing. Like
It's the white blood cells, though. That's different than
It's different.
They're not carrying the oxygen like the red.
Yeah,
cells.
white blood cells are to kill diseases and viruses.
Well, I use them to heal my knee tendonitis. So
Yeah.
and heal my torn foot.
Yeah, regeneration.
Honestly, I obviously don't know the science or anything like that, but I would recommend.
Well, I read a couple articles last week, and I'm an expert now.
I am not an expert in anything but snacks, so you should not ask me.
I only got
to
read something on the internet for about 10 minutes, and then I'm an expert.
Aficionado.
Yeah. I wear a $200 Psycho from Costco. People ask me for the time more than I look at it.
That's funny. I mean, my dad is like the only watch guy that I think I've ever met in my life. But see, he's almost 60, so it's not a thing for anybody under 30 unless you've got millions of bucks. And really, You're buying expensive watches and wearing them, one time? Well, why do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know. But, Will, apparently at some schools, silly bands meant you were sexually active, like Mardi Gras beads.
Well,
Just like the white towel in the back pocket.
I don't know about the white towel or that. I'll tell you what, I highly doubt in my 5th grade class at Hawkinson Elementary that anyone was
active.
I
would hope not. God, I have a 5th grader at home. Please, God, no.
I think we were still like pretty freaked out about holding hands back then.
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe I was just behind the times.
Yeah.
Maybe that was more of a college thing.
Like my 7-year-old, he's 1st grader. He has a crush, and she crushes on him back. But he hangs out with this other girl in his class 10 times more than he hangs out with his quote-unquote girlfriend.
Well, are they also at the age where they like to show that they like each other, they like push each other and fight all the time?
I have no idea.
As a sub, I didn't understand that until I started subbing and like watched, like as I'm trying to teach, like why are those two always together? It's like, duh, you idiot.
Duh.
They like each other.
Will.
But they don't know
It's
how
called
to.
the human cycle. We are literally
Yeah.
here only for reproduction.
Right. It's like they clearly like each other, but they're like 12,
Socially awkward.
and they don't.
Yeah.
They're like, how should I show this girl that I like her? I know. I'm gonna take my Gatorade bottle and dump it on her. It's like, what do you? Stop it! I'm the one that's punished for your feelings.
Is Idaho man the next Florida man? I'll let you decide. More Club, 10A The Fan.
It's The Fan on demand.
They're kind of fun to play with, aren't they?
Will, you're born and raised in the Pacific Northwest, right?
That's right. Never left.
Yeah, me too, man. I love it here.
It's wonderful. And people complain about the rain.
It
You need the rain to earn the good summer.
Yeah.
Actually rains just as much in New York City as here, if not a little bit more.
My wife gets very temperamental when it rains too much. It's
Oh, really?
feisty.
It's angry.
But I'll tell you what, man. I have spent a ton of time in Idaho. I'm actually in 3 weeks going to be in Idaho.
Ooh.
Doing some rafting, and some camping and some drinking. Some wrangling.
That sounds like a good time.
Some wrestling.
Get some potatoes.
It is a really good time. It's like the middle of nowhere. But Clarence Yonder is a 40-year-old man from Idaho Falls. And Clarence here kind of represents most Idahoans that I have met in my life. Crazy.
One front tooth?
Absolutely crazy. What I always say is Idaho is beautiful. Just don't talk to anybody.
Stay away from them.
Clarence Yonder was injured by a bison on the west entrance road near the 7 Mile Bridge, 7 miles east of blah, 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 of Yellowstone's west parking entrance. Okay? He was kicked by a bison in the leg while under the influence of alcohol because he kicked the bison first.
Well, this is Harambe's law, eye for an eye. Like, you take my eye, I take yours. This is his fault. What an idiot.
Rangers responded to the area after receiving a report of an individual who harassed a herd of bison and kicked a bison in the leg.
Like, come here, bison. Like, did he front kick it? What was his game plan here?
I don't know. Like, what are we trying to rile up bison for?
Well, what's the end goal here? Like, I kick the bison,
That's
I break
what I'm
the
asking.
bison's knee,
Like,
it
does
falls?
he die and I get to cook him, or, he's a big Colorado Buffs fan or something and wants to see the bison charge?
He's like, watch this. That bison looks weak. I'm an alpha bro. I can kill it with my bare hands like my homie Joe Rogan.
What was that?
That was Ryan. I don't know. Look, I'm embarrassed about it too. We don't all throw no-hitters.
Yoder. I'm going with Yoder.
Yodes.
Clarence Yoder.
Yodes.
Or Yoder. I like Yoder.
Yoder.
Yoder was arrested and charged with being under the influence of alcohol to a degree that may endanger oneself, disorderly conduct as to create or maintain a hazardous condition, approaching wildlife, and disturbing wildlife.
Wait, he got criminal charges for this?
Yeah.
So not only did he get kicked and probably have some sort of injury, because something tells me getting kicked by a bison doesn't feel good, he also now has to pay a bunch of fines?
Yeah.
Good. This guy sucks.
He made court on the next day and pleaded not guilty to the charges. Each violation can result in fines up to $5,000 and 6 months in jail. I haven't told you the best part yet.
Have you done time in prison, sir? Yeah, I have. What happened? I kicked a bison.
The driver of the vehicle that Yoder was traveling in, 37-year-old McKenna Bass, also of Idaho Falls, Idaho, was arrested also for interference for failure to yield to emergency light activation, disturbing wildlife, and get this, driving while under the influence.
What a shocker.
Got an old Dewey for that. So your boy gets out of the car and decides to kick a bison, and you're like, yeah, that's hilarious. And you get a Dewey?
Well,
you
look,
done screwed up there, buddy.
But also, there was no chance that this was done where one person was sober and one person was drunk, unless the sober person hates the drunk person. Because this would be a funny thing. Like, we talked about it in the first segment, where I'm not afraid to gaslight. It would be funny if you found someone you did not like and gaslight them into kicking a bison.
I think the bison might have just gaslit that dude.
Like, come over here and kick me. Like, he's like he's extending his knee out. Like, look, it would be so easy for you to kick.
For those of you that are deranged like Will and think that, I would just like to remind you this wonderful saying from the National Park Service. It is your responsibility to respect safety regulations and view wildlife from a safe distance. Wildlife in Yellowstone National Park are wild and can be dangerous when approached. When an animal is near a campsite, trail, boardwalk, parking lot, or in a developed area, give it space. Stay more than 25 yards, 23 meters, away from all large animals, bison, elk, bighorn sheep, deer, moose, and coyotes, and at least 100 yards, 91 meters, away from bears and wolves. If need be, turn around and go the other way to avoid interacting with a wild animal in close proximity.
Only you can prevent bison kicking.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, I love when people, like, a couple years ago, do you remember when it was like an old grandma, like, walked over by the bison and the bison, like, bucked it, and she was like, how did this happen to me? It's like, you're an idiot.
Oh, man, did I just F around and find out?
Like, you're the one who went around the animal. You're in the animal's home. It's not like I just, like, break into a house and I'm like, what's going on? And then the police get called and be like, oh, hold on. I was observing them in their natural habitat.
Damn it. If it isn't you again, the old consequences of my actions.
My wife and I drove through Yellowstone one time, and we were trying to leave because we were taking a cross-country trip, and we basically, our day out of there was spent just rolling through packs of bison on the road. I mean, we just had to wait, then wait some more, and they just kind of, they probably added 3 hours to our day just kind of standing in the road, and the entire time I did not roll the window down, I did not get out of the car. I don't think anybody else did around me either, but I just...
What would have happened if you honked?
Yeah, I was scared to do that too.
This is why COVID was awesome. You know, Yellowstone was like flourishing because dips like this, Yoder, weren't around. Who names their kid Yoder?
Somebody from wherever near, like one of those states,
I guess
Idaho.
It's his last name, Clarence Yoder.
Montana, Wyoming.
Clarence Yoder.
What a horrible
McKenna
name.
Bass.
What a horrible name.
They're proud
Clarence
of it,
Yoder.
Clarence Yoder. I already know what they look like. That dude is balding, but he hasn't given up the hair. He's probably wearing a really cut-up T-shirt or a white shirt with a bunch of stains on it. And then he's got Wranglers on.
I'm trying to find a picture of him. This can't be it.
Maybe one tooth right in the front.
One tooth.
Right?
Jeez.
Hey, look, man, it happened. He's from Idaho. I gave him the tooth. A lot of people from Idaho, I wouldn't even give a tooth.
Yeah, I want to think this is the guy that, like, broke the story. This can't be him.
That can't be him.
No.
That is not
Clarence
Yoder. That's not that's not a Clarence. But that guy's also definitely not a Yoder, and he's definitely not kicking a bison.
What if I told you that picture is actually Greg Norman? He works for Fox News.
Does not shock me at all. He looks exactly like he should be a newsman.
Especially for Fox.
Fox
That's
News.
great.
You can give the bison a one-ya.
Dude, this is also another picture.
That could be Yoder.
Look at that. He's got like a sword in his hand.
That could be Yoder. I fully believe that guy
Clarence.
could be Clarence, the great Clarence.
Clarence Yoder. Here, Mrs. M.
Clarence.
A little girl thought she had monsters under the bed. Oh boy, you might have wished it was monsters. We'll do that next, but first, Schultzy with sports.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, 3 more first-round NBA playoff games tonight. The Knicks and 76ers are close to wrapping it up. Just about a minute to go. The Knicks extending their 5-point lead to 7 with a dunk there from OG Anunoby, 95-88. And looks like there was actually a foul call on it as well. So looks like they're going to extend that lead even further. Just about a minute to go over the Sixers, and looks like they're going to put Philadelphia away and end their playoff run. Elsewhere, Cleveland hosting the Orlando Magic. That one has just about 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Cleveland does lead 57-53 in that one. Darius Garland leading the way with 19 points for the Cavaliers. And then coming up here in just a few minutes, you've got the Milwaukee Bucks, sans Giannis and Dame, trying to stay alive against the Indiana Pacers. They're down 3-1. Indiana favored by 4.5. That one is also on TNT. Los Angeles Clippers forward Kawhi Leonard being ruled out already for Game 5 tomorrow against the Mavericks with a knee injury. And in baseball, the Seattle Mariners red hot, winning 4 of their last 5, hosting the Atlanta Braves again tonight. You got Reynaldo Lopez and Luis Castillo on the bump. First pitch in about 10 minutes on Root Sports. Bad news, though, for Mike Trout today. He's got a torn meniscus in his left knee. He's going to need surgery. The team has no timetable for his return. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Here's Trevor, operations manager with All About Doors.
One of my things I always say is if it says garage door on it, we do it. If it has anything to do with a garage or a garage door and an opener, we can handle it. Big or small, any project, there's nothing too big or too small for us to handle. From giant projects to a quick service call, we do it all. The thing we want you to know
Weird. Now I have to root for Philly to force overtime.
Then he did.
You trying to hit the over?
No, he's
no.
got Knicks by 4.
Yeah.
Ooh, good luck with that. That's crazy.
Well, look, you know what? I personally glazed a lot of Ant Edwards today. Big fan.
Waxed poetically.
Right. Tyrese Maxey, he's right there as well. That dude's awesome. They're just not going to win this series, so he's not going to get the love.
I like Ant a lot more, but I know what you're saying. I think you do too.
Mm-hmm.
Maxey's good.
Maxey's
so funny.
a star.
Like, they spent so much time with trying to figure out this Harden-Simmons thing, and they just had this kid Maxey there the whole time.
This other guy. And well, I mean
not the whole time, but you know what I mean.
Right. Well, I feel like you kind of saw it last year when they're like, he's the 3, and then he starts doing some stuff, and you're like, he's not
NBA's
the 3.
most improved player this year.
He's awesome, dude. I love Tyrese Maxey.
I got some fun stuff here. I'm having fun. Usually the club, I get real like anxiety because I don't think I'm very funny. But I found some cool stuff. A toddler told her mom that there were monsters in her closet. Did you guys ever believe in monsters when you were a kid? Did you have an irrational fear of something coming to get you in your bedroom?
I only believed in Sully and the rest of the incorporation.
You know, it's funny, dude. That movie came out when I was in high school.
I was young.
Yeah.
I was young.
But you never were scared of ghosts or?
No. Yeah, I'm not. I have an irrational confidence when it comes to that stuff. Like, I don't really believe in ghosts unless I'm watching.
Is this the difference
scary
between
movie.
being 5'6" and 6'5"?
Probably.
Are you 6'5"?
I'm 6'5".
Dude,
I'm all of 6'5".
We're what do they call? We're reciprocal of each other.
Yeah, we're flipped.
We're
5'6".
flipped. I'm 5'6", you're 6'5".
Yeah. Hey, you can't give both of our heights without 6 and 5. It's the same.
Nice.
There you go.
What if I was 5'6'9" and you were 9'6"?
I would be dead. I would be dead. I would not be here.
A toddler told her mom that monsters were in her closet. Mother of 3 children under 4 years old was met with a terrifying surprise after she and her husband investigated what was going on in her closet. They found 50,000 bees.
No. Dude. Like they made a bee, like there was a bee nest in there?
50,000 bees.
Some kind of monster.
Did they leave a window open so the bees got in?
For roughly 8 months, a swarm of honeybees had been building a hive inside the wall of their daughter's room.
In the wall? No.
Never live there again, man.
They called a beekeeper. Okay, so this lady says she told People Magazine, at first I thought it was a body. I was like, what is that? And he says he thinks it's a hive. So they've got a beekeeper. He didn't even have his bee gear on.
Yeah, he's like, you have some bees.
Took a hammer, knocked out the wall, and, quote, bees came swarming out like a horror movie.
Oh my God. Like this is The Mummy Returns?
There were streams of bees, and the wall where he hit was oozing honey, but it looked like blood because it was really, really dark, running down my daughter's pink walls.
Oh my God. The only thing worse than this is the snake nest. The only thing worse than this is the snake nest. That is terrifying. Bright side, you get free honey.
Yeah, inside of your wall.
Well, yeah, but like, isn't that why? Like, we have bees here.
Do you come back from that?
No, you're gone. Never again.
Yeah,
never
you're toast,
again.
right?
And she's young enough that that's all she's going to think about forever if you stay.
Bees.
Yeah, like she is going to think about bees in that room. Like that room would never be used again. And anytime you heard a bee or thought about bees, you would assume that they were in the house. You got to move.
Bees now live rent-free in your head. That is fascinating. There's a lot of, usually it's like people, like if you disappointed a parent or, a coworker or a friend, somebody lives rent-free in your head.
Right.
Bees live rent-free in your head.
Forever. What if she grew up and became a beekeeper?
See, that's Hollywood.
I also like that.
She's probably going to grow up to be coming up to the stage next.
Bee.
Queen Bee. Ooh, I liked where her head was there.
I think you and I frequent the same restaurants.
I think we establishments. They serve food there. Oh, A-Crop does serve food. Great steak bites.
They serve drinks. That's for sure.
One time, the first house I lived in Pullman, I remember we moved in January because my buddy and I transferred up there for the second semester. So
Gotcha.
it's January of 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed there through the summer, and I'll never forget. It's July, and there was 2 bedrooms, one upstairs and one on the main floor. Crappy house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shockingly, I know.
Classic college.
Yeah,
house.
shocking, I know.
Right.
So I'm upstairs, and I had just woken up, and it's this like gorgeous summer Pullman day, like late June, early July.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up and I get out of bed, I'm doing the stretch. I'm like, when do I start drinking? Sort of thing. And I walk over and on my wall, so it was like an A-frame at that point, like the roof. So my walls weren't flat. My walls were
a little crooked. Yeah.
They were like a teepee sort
of
thing.
Yeah, right.
And I look over and there's always been this weird little hole. It looked like somebody had nailed something in there at some point and then put like a washer over it. I remember looking over at it and seeing a wasp go inside the hole.
Nope.
And I was like, well, that's freaky. And then I was like, what is that? And I could hear this humming. And I put my hand against the wall and it started vibrating.
Oh, God.
Nope.
No.
And I left that house.
Run.
Instantly. Called the landlord and was like, you got a problem. And I'm not dealing with this.
With all the wasps, that's hey, my month rent next month is free.
Yeah, is free.
Yeah.
It was terrifying. And I had one of those stories. Bees, not anymore, but they can. Bees used to live rent-free in my head.
Yeah. Well, wasp is way worse. Like, at least with the bee, if they inject, like if they sting you, they die.
When I was
the wasp doesn't die.
Right. When I was like 10 years old, we were hiking around in the back, like we lived on this hill. And so we'd go past the fence, and we'd hike down and just like goof off. There was a bunch of us. And there was this kid who was in front of me, and we were walking on some branches, and he put his foot through the branch. And when he pulled his foot up, his shoe came off. Like his shoe got stuck down there. So I reached down to grab his shoe, and as I grabbed his shoe, a swarm of Yellow Jackets came up.
The worst.
And everybody bolts. Everybody runs. We're all terrified. I mean, like hundreds of bees, maybe 1,000 bees. Who knows? But it felt like a lot.
Millions.
And so I'm running back, and I got to climb this fence and crawl under this fence because you're kids, adventure stuff. And I'm screaming, and my dad comes out the front door, and he's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I'm like sobbing, and I have stings all over my body. And I'm like screaming about bees, and my dad's like, "Calm down, calm down, calm down." And then this bee lands on my nose.
No.
And it like followed me back. And I said, "Dad, what do I do?" And he goes, "Don't do anything." And of course I tried to swat it, and it stung me on the nose.
Stung you?
I got stung 12 times.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The worst one I ever got, kind of similar thing, except instead of bending down, I was just the last in the line. I got 6. 6 sucked. And it was like, it had gotten in my shirt. So then when I got in the house, it was still on me. So I had to like kill it in the house. I got a couple on the arm. And you're just swollen for days. And I'm not even allergic, but you're just swollen. You don't feel good. Bees are the worst. That is the one bad thing about summertime. Bees are everywhere. Wasps.
I know, but the worst part about the bees, man, is that they are so damn important to the ecosystem.
Yeah, you need them.
You got to have them.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like spiders. Like, spiders are gross, but you gotta have them.
If bees die,
it's bad.
We are in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, and bees are dying.
There was a what's that Black Mirror? There's a Black Mirror about they made these like robot bees because it's like takes place in like 2058 and bees are like near extinction. So they're like robots that do what bees do. They go and pollinate to try and save the world's ecosystem.
Right.
Well, of course they're robots. So what happens?
They stop doing it.
They take over. You should watch that one. That's a good one.
I was gonna say I've watched a couple. All the Black Mirrors though usually involve a decent amount of drinking, and then I get freaked out because then I'm like thinking too much about it.
It's too much about reality.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. Am I in a simulation?
I know. It's this guy at work today showed me a video of this woman he was talking about. The only thing we know about consciousness is that we have no control over it. And I was like, I'm out. I don't want to think about this right now. I can't do that.
That'd freak me out.
I can't do it.
It's like the people who
It's like why we have religion and why we believe in love and things like that, because they are all pieces to cover the reality is that we have no idea what's going on.
Right. Well, and then there's like this one that I heard the other day. Did you know that some people don't have like an inner voice?
That's what somebody said to me. How do you like? You just walk around with nothing happening?
Nothing. Like I don't know how that happened. Like when you walk around,
is it like a sociopath?
There's at least like something going on in your brain. There are people that literally don't have like. There's no internal monologue. It's crazy.
That's insane.
I've also heard that like if you're deaf, some people it's really hard to transition if you've had hearing and then you go deaf because you aren't used to that. You can't even hear like your inner thoughts. You know, depending on the level that the deafness you have, and that's a hard transition. It's just that's scary if you can't hear, you don't have that inner voice. My God,
freak me out. Hey, guess what? Vancouver Ford text line, the Dodgers Diamondbacks game delayed. Bees.
Out. I'm out.
What?
I'm out.
Bees.
I'm out.
This is in Los Angeles, right?
Oh boy.
I feel like bees would do well in LA.
I mean, bees do well everywhere. That's why they're everywhere.
No, it's actually in Arizona. Oh my God.
Oh, the Arizona bees.
Dude, everything needs to be pollinated.
You're not wrong.
Bees are everywhere, right?
That's what I'm saying. We're just used to bees here because they're like love the Northwest.
Washington.
They're
bees.
like they get hickey with it.
Good temp here.
Yeah. This feels like I mean, everyone wants to be here because there's no like real killers, but there are
getting hickey with it.
It's good old John Sterling there.
R.I.P. his career, not him.
All right, when we come back, we'll wrap up the club with a New Yorker and how he got a bunch of people to watch him do something real stupid. That's next. Primetime, 10A The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Everything about Harbaugh, including his Michigan run.
Really screwing someone over, not okay. If you're just messing with someone in the correct way, that can be fine. Like if, we were hanging out and I walked up to like the bar and then like a pretty girl was like, hey, can you scoot over? That's like where my friend's going to sit. And then I come back to the group of guys that I'm with and the guy goes, hey, that really pretty girl said something to you. And I go, yeah, dude, she told me that she thought you were really cute. Do you want me to give you her number? Can we do that? Like, yeah, I'll go talk to her. Like, yeah. And she has no idea who that guy is and what he's talking about. I will do that. But it also gets done to me too. Like I had one time, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to derail this, but I was at a bar and someone came up to me and they were into me and, so they're like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? I was like, oh, it's going good, having a good time. And hey, do you have a girlfriend? I'd like to talk to you. It was like, yeah, I actually do have a girlfriend. And my buddy looks over right between the two of us. He goes, you just told me y'all broke up. You don't even like her like that anymore. She's like, yeah, I guess I did
I
say
guess
that.
I did say that. That's fun.
That is fun. Screwing your friend over in that way is fun.
Yes. This guy in New York City posted flyers around town for an event that over 1,100 people RSVP'd. This tweet says, the U.S. can decline and even dissolve, but the American spirit will not be defeated. New York is the best city, man. A whole crowd showed up to watch a guy eat a full container of cheese balls at 3 p.m. in Union Square Park on April 27th.
Well, because what he did was he posted flyers everywhere. Be like, be there,
he
be
hung
square.
Flyers everywhere. I'm watching this TikTok video.
So funny. There are thousands.
Hundreds, if not 1,000 people there. This guy is in an orange, like, hockey mask, eating one of those giant, like, cheesy poof ball containers that you would get at, like, Costco or something.
Yeah, it's hilarious. And he's just getting out. They're throwing cheese balls.
This guy's throwing cheese balls at the crowd while this dude is just actually eating the entire jar.
They are cheering him on. It's almost as good as the Philadelphia guy who showed up and was like, watch me eat a whole rotisserie chicken.
See, and this is the kind of stuff we need more of in the world because the world is kind of an S show right now. And the world is full of very sad and mad and gaslit people and Will's friends.
Yeah, and my friends.
And we all need a little more
just good old
happy and
fun.
pleasure in our lives.
So funny. It's such a good bit. I want to know if any of us could get it going here. Like, is Portland a city where you could do this?
Cheeseball Man 427 was the TikTok name he had.
Yeah, because you don't know who he is. He doesn't take his mask off. He is an unknown hero. He's like Batman.
So, do you think 427, like, you can't change your username? Does Cheeseball Man 427 now do something every year in Union Park Square?
I think you got to do something every 6 months because then people might forget who you are.
Yeah, you got to keep this. I mean, right now, he better, like, schedule a series of events because his peak fandom is happening.
He's got momentum.
Where do you go from cheese balls? I feel like you've hit your peak.
Bigger cheese
pretzels,
no,
chips.
bigger cheese balls.
No, see, I think the thing is the cheese ball works because it's like a hilariously comical size of a jar.
Right, like get a bigger one.
And they're airy.
Right. And it's like anyone can eat a whole cheese ball.
What if it's not eating? What if he's decided, I've done the eating. Let's do something else.
I'm going to drink them. I'm going to blend them.
It doesn't have to be cheese balls. It could be anything.
Cheese balls.
I will spin around in a circle for 30 minutes.
I mean, are we starting to get like David Blaine right now? Like, where David Blaine put himself in ice. He submerged himself in water and held his breath. He was buried alive. This isn't maybe to that level, but it's kind of the spectacle that David Blaine put on, right?
Yeah, but he also, like, there's some magic to it. Like, this guy is just eating cheese balls. That's all he's doing. He's just putting cheese balls in his mouth and munching down. There's, like, David Blaine, like, he had to train to be underwater. He had to do all these other... I don't think this guy trained to eat cheese balls.
In a video posted to Instagram and TikTok Tuesday, the man said that he had received threats that his identity would be revealed and that there would be legal action taken.
Why? What?
Yeah,
Like,
what the
people
hell?
are like, we can't have Cheeseball
don't
Man on
know.
the loose.
USA Today reached out through his social media and he declined to comment.
Can't have Cheeseball Man out here.
The event draws comparisons to a 2022 stunt performed by Alexander Tominski, where he invited crowds to watch him eat a whole rotisserie chicken.
Yeah.
His 40th in 40 days.
That's right. That was his whole bit. I forgot it was 40 in 40 days. He would just sit there and eat rotisserie chickens from like Safeway or Fred Meyer or whatever he was at. That's a hilarious bit. I love it. I think we should have someone do that here in Portland.
There's a guy who missed his midterm at UCSD just to copycat that stunt.
So fun. Like, I will eat a Victorino's burrito every day for 40 days.
Did that end up getting him paid, or was it just a...
No, he's just an idiot.
Man. Cheese balls.
Cheeseball Man.
You know, I
love
have
him.
Wednesday, Thursdays off. If this was tomorrow in like not Pioneer Square, like Lentz Park, some guy was
Esther
like,
Short?
What? Esther Short? Hell yeah, even closer. Some guy was like, watch me eat a whole rotisserie chicken, the 40th time in 40 days.
Might have to go.
I'm at least gonna drive by and pretend like I didn't know what was going on. Be like, whoa, what's going on over there? I guess I gotta pull
How
over.
did I end up here?
Guess I gotta check it out. Check
the
you
wife.
later, dude.
Got the wife with you. Oh, hey, babe, what is this?
How did we stumble
That guy's
into
eating a rotisserie
this?
chicken? That's disgusting. We should watch.
We should videotape and keep track for the records. That's such a good idea. I love rotisserie chickens. Maybe that's what our dinner be.
That's all you eat is chicken.
Yeah. Well, no, today I had carne asada.
Oh, nice.
A little burrito.
Ooh, a little burrito. You make it yourself, or did you go out today?
I'm learning to try to cook.
Yeah.
I'm learning to try
That's
to
my
cook.
guy. Tomorrow. Will, I want you to tell me what you're working on cooking.
I have...
I said tomorrow.
It's chicken.
I don't care. But this, like, just grilled chicken and rice can't go on any longer.
It's marinated.
Oh, big steps.
In hot sauce. And will be air fried.
Take that back.
Damn it, Will.
It's buffalo
You're
sauce.
so close.
It's buffalo
You're
sauce.
so close.
It's buffalo
you
sauce.
don't marinate chicken in buffalo sauce.
You don't. I do.
Good
The
God.
way the Buffalonians would want.
Good God. All right. You disgust me. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. That's Will Ortner. I'm Patrick Harris. For Jordan Schultz on the ones and twos. We'll see you tomorrow. Go do something I would do.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Big Souk here for the Big Ford Store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and #1 in customer service, forget this, the 7th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you in the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I send my family and friends to because I know they're going to be well taken care of and you won't find a better deal, period. Vancouver Ford is proud to represent my hometown